Good evening, Brave Nation, and welcome inside the English E. Jones Center on the campus of UNC Pembroke. It's Peach Belt Conference women's basketball action as the Braves host the Augusta University Jaguars. With Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us tonight. Brian, it should be a very interesting matchup between these two teams. Augusta brings some really good players to the English E. Jones Center and Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court, including one of the conference's top scorers and rebounders.
Yeah, definitely. Number 5, Cariel Hutt, is definitely the best player on the court. She's in top 5 in PBC in blocks, rebounds per game, and also scoring. So it'll be a show to watch her tonight.
Hutt is a senior forward, second-team All-Peach Belt Conference a year ago, transferred from Johnson County Community College, putting up just massive numbers, a threat for a double-double just about every time she's on the floor. For the Braves, they have a double-double machine of their own in Janisha Monley, riding a streak of 5 straight double-doubles, and the post play could well decide this game, as well as some interesting guard play. Two of the top small guards in the conference.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a battle of the littles against, in today's game, Lovett and Hutley for the Braves. It's going to be kind of a track meet to see them running around and see what's going to go on.
Starting lineups and the opening tip-off coming up next. The colors about to be presented here on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. So we will take a break on the Braves Broadcast Network. When we come back, starting lineups and the beginning of Peach Belt Conference action. This is UNCP Braves women's basketball. Welcome back to Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Peach Belt Conference women's basketball action is coming your way on the Braves Broadcast Network. The 8-9 Braves have a 3-7 mark in Peach Belt Conference play. On a 2-game skid right now, trying to snap it against a very good Augusta University Jaguars team. 14-5 overall, 7-3 in the Peach Belt Conference. With Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thanks once again for joining us. Let's get you the starting lineup for the Augusta University Jaguars. Out of Augusta, Georgia, Kayla Lovett is a junior guard from Gainesville, Florida. She wears number 1 and is quite a point guard in a traditional sense of the word. 8 points per game, 68 assists, in the team's 19 games so far this year. Camille Gee is the other guard. Andover, Kansas is her hometown, out of Johnson County Community College, a very good free throw shooter, top 10 in the conference in that category. Also at the other guard spot, Brianna O'Connor, 6th in the conference in scoring, 14.5 points per game for her, for the junior from Villa Platte, Louisiana. And then at the forward spots for Augusta, Cariel Hutt, the senior forward. We talked about her a little bit in the open. So good, top 5 in the conference in both scoring and rebounding per game. And rounding out the starting lineup for Augusta University's number 22, Lana Turner, a senior forward from Gainesville, Florida, transfer from Santa Fe College. Now the lineup for the black and gold. UNCP, a very good home team, and they tend to win a lot more than they lose on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. And for fans of the Braves, not too much surprise in tonight's starting lineup. At the guard spots, LaShonda Pritchard, a junior guard from Havelock, North Carolina, will be out there with freshman guard Avery Locklear, the sharpshooter for the Braves, whose uncle is Kelvin Sampson, UNCP class of 1978. And Kelvin Sampson, if that name sounds familiar, it's because he is a UNCP Hall of Famer and the University of Houston men's basketball coach. And rounding out the guards is UNCP's small but very quick point guard, Jasmine Huntley, out of Indian Trail, North Carolina, the team's leading scorer at 11.2 points per game. At the forward spots, Mary Robinson, a senior from Enterprise, Alabama, averaging 6.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, and just over 1 block per game. And then in the middle, Janisha Monley, Peach Belt Conference Player of the Week back on January 18th, and the owner of 5 straight double-doubles. Ryan, the matchup in the paint, we talked about it a little bit before we got started. It's going to be a really good one, but there's 5 players on the floor for each team at a time. It's not just about Monley versus Hutt.
Yeah, definitely. I think the key is going to be the rebounding factor and offensive and defensive rebounds and who can get it to their team more than the others. And it's definitely going to be a battle down there with Monley and Hutt, but both teams outside of them need to make the best of getting the ball and make the best of the second chance points that they have and make the best of the opportunities that they're given once they get those defensive rebounds.
And both of these teams, they're actually kind of similar in their construction. They have good low post scoring options. Point guards are both listed at 5'4", sharp outside shooters. For Augusta, it's Brianna O'Connor, it's Jocelyn Belcher, who will be coming off the bench. She's not in the starting lineup tonight for Augusta, so that's a little bit surprising. O'Connor's not a bad three-point shooter herself, as a player who scores about 14.5 points per game on the perimeter. For the Braves, it's Avery Locklear. They'll also bring Ebony Stevens off the bench in that role. UNCP wearing their home whites, going from left to right across Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Augusta wearing navy blue with silver piping down the sides. Braves win the tip. Huntley pushes it up the far sideline to Locklear as we get going. Locklear, the pass to the right side. Pritchard over to the left wing. Huntley holds it above her head. Couple dribbles, gets a screen from Robinson. She takes it towards the top of the key. Now Pritchard at the right elbow, feeds Monley in the low post, goes up with a shot. She's fouled, missed the shot, and it will be Janisha Monley going to the line on the Braves' first possession of the evening. Let's see who they call that foul on. It's quickly on number 32, Brianna O'Connor. So that's coming in from the weak side help there. That's not the foul the Braves maybe want to see. They want to see perhaps getting fouls on Cariel Hutt, try to get her out of the game and get her strong rebounding, strong shot blocking in foul trouble and out of the way early. First free throw good for Janisha Monley. It's 1-0 Braves. We've played 16 seconds. Janisha Monley at the line to shoot one more. A 56% free throw shooter on the season. Lines it up and knocks it down. Nothing but net on that free throw. Braves up 2-0. 9:43 to go in the first quarter as the Jags take the ball across the floor from right to left. Pass to the left wing. Held by Hutt up top. Now around the perimeter to the right wing. Lovett with a tight defense on her. Picks up her dribble. Throws it up top. Back over to Lovett on the right wing. Pass, fake, and drive. Drive and kick. Ball slipping through the fingertips of Turner. And here comes Robinson up the near sideline. Nobody back. Double pump layup. Missed it. Offensive rebound. Pritchard. She can't get the layup to go. One more chance. Not this time. Rebound is loose. And it was last touched by UNCP out of bounds. Jags ball.
Yeah, the Braves have got to finish on that one. It was a great steal off the slip of the hand from Turner, but they've got to finish that fast break.
Mary Robinson was getting chased down by Turner, but then Robinson had a good look at it, and so did Pritchard. Braves in a 2-3 zone, slicing to the basket, and the layup finished by Camille Gee. She just cut through everybody there, ties up the score at 2. We've played 60 seconds in Pembroke. Huntley on the far side, hand off to Pritchard. Pritchard at the top of the key with the right hand, crosses back over to the left. Kicks it to the left corner with Huntley. Huntley dribbles back up top. 17 to shoot for the Braves. Huntley gets inside, double pump layup around the rim and out. Wanted the foul call, didn't get it. Back come the Jags. It's O'Connor pushing. She keeps the dribble alive. She gets it to the top of the key. Now with the left hand. To the left corner goes Gee, open for three. It's good. Camille Gee cannot give her those, and she makes it 5-2 Jags. Huntley now walks it up as the Braves set up their half-court offense. Huntley near the Brave head logo at midcourt. Pass to the right side. Robinson holds at her waist, back up top to Monley. Now Huntley on the left side, up top to Robinson. She passes to the right side. Locklear in the right corner, gets the screen from Robinson. Down to 8 to shoot. To the left corner goes Pritchard, had a little trouble with the catch, gets to it. Now Huntley with 5 to shoot, down the right side of the lane, through traffic, around the rim and out. Monley tips the rebound to herself, goes up with a shot, and gets it to go. Janisha Monley has all 4 of the Braves' points. It's a 5-4 Augusta lead. 7:56 to go in quarter number 1. Lovett at the top of the key, hands off. Here's O'Connor. She tries a 3 ball, gets it to go, and 1 as Huntley ran her over on the contest. A 4-point play opportunity for Brianna O'Connor. You'd like to say we don't see that every day, but it seems like we've seen that an awful lot this season. A lot more on the men's side for UNCP. Brandon Watts has a tendency to get those 3-point play, or fouled on the 3-point shot, but Brianna O'Connor this time getting it done for Augusta. She'll be at the line for 1 shot, trying to make it a 9-4 lead. She can't do it. 2 Braves there for the rebound. Monley takes it away from Erica Williams, who just checked in the game. To the right side, it's Locklear. Up top, Robinson. Now over to Stevens, who also checked into the game, replacing Huntley. Robinson feeds the low post. Monley up fake, driving, up through contact, lays it around the rim and out, gets her own rebound, up through contact again. This time they'll call the foul. It'll be Janisha Monley back to the free throw line. She has been the Braves' offense so far.
Yeah, she's been a workhorse down there in the paint.
7:29 to go in the first quarter. Augusta 8, UNCP 4. That last substitution on the free throw for Augusta saw Huntley and LaShonda Pritchard go to the bench for the Braves. The Jags out there with their starting 5 still. As Monley lines up her first free throw. Great rotation and gets it to fall. 1 more on the way for Janisha Monley. Braves 5 right now. It's Locklear, Williams, Robinson, and Monley and Stevens. And for Augusta, it's Lovett, Gee, Hutt, Turner, and O'Connor still. Second free throw also good for Monley. She's got 6 points. The Braves have 6 points. The Jags have 8. Down the right side of the lane, Gee kicks to the right corner. Lovett, pass up top, up fake and drive. Here's O'Connor, kick out to the right corner. Open 3 for Gee. Back rim this time, no good. Stevens for the rebound for the Braves. Cross midcourt to the right wing, Williams inside the arc, slicing towards the basket. Missed the shot, rebound bouncing around. Jaguars come away with it. Up the left sideline, Lovett pushes up in front. O'Connor inside the arc, crosses over, gets to the basket, lays it up, no good. Monley controls the board. Defense from behind there by Ebony Stevens after she'd been beaten by the crossover. Now Williams pushing, no one picks her up. Gets right to the basket, had her shot blocked, it's tipped and going towards the corner, last touched by, it looks like they'll say last touched by the Jags. That's not a happy Nate Teemer on the Augusta University sideline. He's the head coach of the Jags in his 6th season. On the opposite side, John Haskins in his 12th season as the head coach of the Braves. Stevens gets the inbounds pass. The Braves have 16 seconds to shoot. It's Locklear on the right side. Locklear dribbling with her left hand towards the middle, spins back out. Now Robinson on the right wing, spins back towards the middle. Locklear dials long distance, can't get it to go, and the defensive rebound controlled by the Jags. 8-6 is their lead, 6.5 minutes to play in the first quarter. Up top, crossover, Lovett, hands off. Now the pass to the right corner, it's Turner. Turner gets inside. She finds a teammate in the left corner. It's Gee, down low, double team comes. Around the perimeter from left to right, 3-point attempt on the right side, back rim no good, offensive rebound, and they get it back out to Gee off the Lovett miss. So now Augusta sets up a half-court offense. Pass to the left side, Hutt throws it up top to Turner. Turner with the jab step. A foul away from the ball as Locklear got tangled up with Camille Gee. They'll call the foul on the Braves freshman Avery Locklear. It'll be her first, team's second.
I'm looking at how the Jags are running their offense, and it seems like they're really trying to get O'Connor and Gee into the corners and try and get them open with screens and picks.
Correction, they actually called that foul on Janisha Monley, and that'll send her to the bench with just her first personal. Today's a love into the game for UNCP. Spinning into the middle and traveling called. As just too many steps there. A nice looking move for Cariel Hutt. but the Braves defense swarmed around her. Forced the turnover. Braves get the ball back. 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. UNCP trailing 8-6 against Augusta University. Love sets the screen. Williams doesn't use it, dribbling with her right hand up top. Now the pass to the right side. Locklear holds it above her head. Fires it up top to Robinson. Now they look down low for Love, and the pass a little too tall. It goes out of bounds, and the Braves turn it right back over. John Haskins has seen enough. He wants to put his point guard back in the game. Jasmine Huntley goes to the scorer's table, and Erica Williams comes right back to the bench. So now the 5 for the Braves is Locklear, Huntley, Stevens, Robinson, and Sadeza Love. Under 6 minutes to go in the first quarter. 8-6 is the Augusta lead. On the left side, Hutt, hands off. This is Belcher, who just checked in the game. Dribbles it off her foot. It bounces towards the scorer's table, out of bounds. 3 possessions. The last 3 possessions now have all ended in turnovers.
Yeah, and for the Braves, that's definitely what they're looking for. For the Jags, on the other hand, they might want to start seeing something different.
That's 3 total possessions, 2 of them by Augusta, 1 by the Braves. So the Braves will take that sequence, I guess, looking for Love down low, and the Braves just want to play fair. They throw it right back out of bounds, and now it's 4 straight possessions that have ended in turnovers.
Yeah, it's not the prettiest basketball we've seen so far.
It started out looking pretty good,
yeah,
and
it did.
Since then the defense has kind of locked down a little bit. 5:20 to go in the first quarter. Jags up 8-6 on the left elbow. Now Hutt turns, faces, goes up with the shot. She's clobbered and goes hard to the floor. Foul called on UNCP. Shot was no good. And the foul called on Sadeza Love. It'll be her first. The 3rd team foul on UNCP. And it puts number 5, Cariel Hutt, on the free throw line. Now for a post player, she is an outstanding free throw shooter. She's, again, 2nd in the conference in rebounding, 3rd in blocked shots, and 11th in free throw percentage. So she is really a tough player to guard and a tough player to go against on the defensive end. She knocks down the first free throw, and Sadeza Love will go to the bench for the Braves. Phoenicia Lawson will enter for UNCP. John Haskins trying all 3 of his post players in the early going.
Yeah, it seems like he's trying to get all of them a different look to see which one can guard Hutt the best.
Subbing on for Augusta is number 12, Sinara Pitt. Giving a quick break there for Brianna O'Connor. Second free throw, nothing but net for Hutt. With 5:15 to go in the first quarter, it's 10-6 Jags. Stevens, the pass to the left side. Let Huntley take it up the middle of the floor now. Huntley gives it back over to Stevens on the right wing. Up top to Robinson. Now Locklear on the far side. Locklear driving with the right hand, gets to the elbow, kicks it back out. Stevens, couple steps behind the three-point arc on the right side. Gets a screen, step back 3 on the way, around the rim and out. Lawson tips the rebound to herself in the right corner. Holds it above her head, now looking for Locklear, gets it to her on the right side. Locklear dribbles back towards the top of the key, trying to turn the corner. Foul called as she got into the paint. Now, is this on the floor or in the act of shooting? Looks like they'll say that was on the floor, and it'll be the 3rd team foul on the Jags. 4:49 to go in the first quarter. Jags leading UNCP 10-6 on the Braves Broadcast Network. Just over 5 minutes in the books in Pembroke. UNCP trailing the Augusta University Jaguars 10-6. With Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network on a nice winter Wednesday evening in Pembroke. It's not quite as cool as it was a couple days ago. It's nice to see the weather kind of turn back around.
Yeah, it is being kind of nice.
The storm has passed, and fortunately the winter weather didn't affect Saturday's game, although I suppose that's kind of unfortunate for the Braves. They ended up dropping that one to Georgia Southwestern 63-59 in their last time out. Lawson, the pass up top looking for Robinson. It's intercepted, and back come the Jags. Uncontested scoop layup finished by Kayla Lovett. And they jump out to a 12-6 lead now. 4:36 to go in the first quarters. The Braves just can't stop shooting themselves in the foot right now. A lot of turnovers in the early going. Pass to the right side. Huntley feeds the low post. Lawson lowered the shoulder, puts the shot up and in, but they'll call the offensive foul on Phoenicia Lawson. No basket there for Phoenicia Lawson. Another foul by the Braves. They've continued to commit fouls under the basket now on both sides of the floor. for UNCP. Turnover starting to mount. Pass to the right elbow as Augusta gets going once again. Pitt passes to the right corner. Open three-point attempt. Too strong for O'Connor. It's an air ball. Tracked down by Huntley, and back come the Braves. No numbers on offense. Huntley crosses over, gets to the free throw line, sends it back out for Stevens. Stevens driving with the right hand. Right wing. Locklear, three-point attempt. It's good. Avery Locklear knocks down a trifecta. It's 12-9. Augusta not wasting time, coming back up the floor. Belcher on the right wing, guarded by Huntley. Lobs it down low, face up, and the fall-away jump shot on the way for Hutt. She responds with a two-pointer. It's 14-9 now. The Jags have the lead. 3:44 to play in quarter number one. Huntley across the Brave Head logo at midcourt. She walks it up for the Braves. Pass to the left side, Locklear. Up top, Robinson. Pass fake. Goes the other way with it. Now Huntley with the right hand down the right side of the lane. Gets to the basket, lays it home. Jasmine Huntley for two. Jags lead is now 14-11. Here comes the offense once again for both teams. Crossover, love it. Looking for a dribble handoff. It's lost. Getting back. Jags have it. Left post. Fall away shot. What a spin move. Carriel Hutt banks it in. And the bucket's falling freely on both sides. 16-11. Georgia Regents Augusta. Formerly Georgia Regents Augusta. Now just Augusta University. 3:06 to go in the first quarter. Jags have the lead. Lawson lowering the shoulder. Puts up the righty hook shot. This time no offensive foul. She gets it to go. As Phoenicia Lawson gets her first 2 points of the evening. 16-13. Augusta has the lead. Midcourt, pass to the right side. Robinson wanted a steal. Didn't get called for the reach, and Braves don't have a foul to give. On the right side, pass goes up top. They bounce it to Lovett. Now to the left wing. It's O'Connor driving with her left hand. Going up with the shot. She's fouled by Robinson. Tough call there right at the last second. And Brian, you're shaking your head on that one.
Yeah, it just seems to me that fouls are taking place all over this game so far, whether it's on the Augusta end or the Braves end. But one thing for sure is definitely that both teams clearly want to get in the paint.
It's been a lot about getting down low, getting those easy looks. As the first free throw good for Brianna O'Connor. A couple subs come on for the Braves. Pritchard and Hicks check into the game, replacing Stevens and Robinson. So this is our first look at Crystal Hicks in this one, the senior forward for the Braves out of Brunswick Community College. One more free throw for Augusta's O'Connor. It's around the rim and in. And now O'Connor will get the hook. She'll get her first rest of the evening. And on comes Tavia Sykes, a junior guard from Flowery Branch, Georgia. 2:37 to play in the first quarter. Jags 18, Braves 13. Huntley at midcourt. Pass to the left side, Hicks. Up top, Pritchard faces up. One dribble, picks it up. Back over to Hicks on the left side. Now Huntley on the left wing. In front of the Jags bench. Steps back behind the screen to the free throw line. Almost lost her footing. Pass to Locklear. Right wing three ball around the rim. Not this time. Rebound tipped by Hicks. It's still loose. Jags maintain possession though. Pitt was there to gobble up the rebound. Braves sprint back on defense. Trying to stop this transition opportunity. Up fake and drive. Into the paint. Pass tipped. Stolen by the Braves on the Belcher attempt. Huntley crosses over. Lost the ball. Was it tipped? Who touched it last? Braves will get the throw in. 2 minutes to play in the first quarter. UNCP trailing 18-13. Pritchard to trigger. Slaps the ball once. Hicks sets the screen for Huntley, who comes back to midcourt to get the bounce pass. Braves have 23 to shoot. On the right side, Locklear throws it up top to Hicks. Hicks throws it to the left wing, where Pritchard dribbles into a three-point attempt. Off the back rim, no good. High rebound up in the air, tipped by Lawson, right to Locklear. Right elbow jump shot is good. Avery Locklear has 5 points. And the Braves have a deficit of just 3 now. Pass going quickly to the left corner. Sykes, drive and dish, back outside. Now Lovett on the right wing. Off the screen, Braves in a 2-3 zone. Left corner, driving left baseline. Good crossover. Now up to the top of the key. And traveling called as Lovett tried to gather at the free throw line. Good closeout by Locklear to force her to take too many steps.
Yeah, definitely. It seems like the Braves have started to work on their closeouts more instead of just running and waiting for the pump fake.
Well, the nice thing about a 2-3 zone is you can get to the corners a little bit easier. But it does dare the other team to shoot some threes. And Augusta, I think that's probably the strategy for the Braves. They want the Jags to take long-distance shots. On the right side of the lane, Pritchard kicks to the right corner, Locklear. Locklear up top to Hicks. Now Huntley on the left side. A high dribble. She takes it back towards the top of the key. 8 to shoot. To the left corner, Pritchard. 6 to shoot. Pritchard drives, looking for Huntley. It's tipped up in the air, stolen by the Jags. Good vertical shown off by Sinara Pitt. And now up top. Pitt gets it on the right free throw line extended, takes the jump shot off the back rim, no good. Huntley got a piece of the rebound, tipped it, and it was last touched by Jasmine Huntley as Pritchard couldn't save it from going out of bounds. 49.1 seconds left now in the first quarter. Augusta leads UNCP 18-15. Sub coming on for the Jags as Lovett will go to the bench for presumably the remainder of this first quarter. Mallory Myers, a freshman guard, getting her first run of the evening. Lobs it down low. Catch made by Carlson, who also just checked into the game. Now the pass to the left elbow. Myers had a little trouble with it, gets rid of it. Here's Sykes. Back over to Myers. 20 to shoot still for the Jags. Pitt driving down the right side of the lane, throws it back up top. Three-point attempt, Belcher around the rim and out. Rebound controlled by Huntley for the Braves. Now no difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Up top to Huntley. And the Braves can hold for the last shot here. The shot clock is on, even though it appears to have a little bit more time. Pritchard getting to the right block. Her shot is swatted. And now Augusta, with 10 seconds left, takes it up the floor. Belcher across the timeline. They've got to go quickly, hands it off to Myers. Myers fires pass to the left wing. Sykes gets inside, gets bumped, puts up the shot. Off the back rim, no good. Hicks with the long rebound, throws it up at the last second, and it's going to be short. And that's how the first quarter will end. 10 minutes in the book, still a long way to go in this one. Jaguars leading the Braves 15-18 on the Braves Broadcast Network. Back in Pembroke, UNCP trailing Augusta 18-15. With Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Turnovers a problem for each team in that first quarter as both the Jags and the Braves committed 5 of them. Jags going from right to left across Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Pass to the left wing, Carlson gets rid of it. Now Sykes, pass to the left corner, Belcher. Back to the left corner with Sykes, spins, trying to get around Locklear, can't do it. Still 15 to shoot for the Jags. Down the right side of the lane, drive and dish. Myers gets inside. She passes off to Sykes. Now down to 9 to shoot. Looking back for Myers near the free throw line. 3 in the key call. The Samantha Carlson was camped out under the basket. And the Jags start their second quarter right where they left off in the first quarter with the turnover. Now 6 turnovers in the game by Augusta. Let's see if the Braves can cut into this 3-point deficit. 9:30 to go in the second quarter. It's Williams up top, hands it off for Locklear. Locklear looks for Huntley, gets it to her, sets a drift screen, gets it back to Locklear on the right side. Steps back, doesn't take the 3. Now Monley in the post fighting for position. Passed for her, tipped away and stolen. And the Braves give the ball right back over. Belcher up the floor, across the timeline. Locklear closes out on her. Up top, Pitt dribbling with the right hand. Pass to the right wing. Belcher, she's a 3-point shooter, gets inside, throws it back up top. Myers, drive, pass to the right corner. Braves with good defense on this possession, now down to 13 to shoot. Ball tipped and stolen by Locklear. She has some trouble fighting off a couple Jags defenders, finally gets rid of it. Here's Williams, but the Braves don't have numbers anymore. Locklear up top, 3-point attempt for the tie, a little too short, and Augusta there for the rebound. Here comes Myers. Odd man break. Braves are back. Belcher, 3-point attempt in transition, knocks it down. Jocelyn Belcher for a 3, and it's a 6-point Jags lead, 21-15. Just about 90 seconds off the second quarter game clock. Huntley will dribble the ball near the top of the key, over to the left wing. Now it's Hicks. Fakes the pass, hands it back off for Huntley, who dribbles it off her foot. Locklear dives on the floor, gets it, and gets back to Huntley in the right corner. Double team coming. Huntley takes it back away from the basket. Now down to 7 to shoot. Belcher closes out on her. 5 to shoot. Monley comes out to set the screen. Huntley driving to the basket. Has it poked away. Needs to get rid of it. Fires it over to Locklear. It's a shot clock violation as she lobbed the pass a little too high. Shot was no good anyway, but the Braves turn it over on the 30-second shot clock violation.
Yeah, we started this quarter with 2 turnovers from both teams, so it's looking like much of the same story of the first quarter.
That possession, I think, a little too much dribbling for Huntley. I know the Braves want the ball in her hands, and she's capable of making things happen. But the defense kind of sagged off and was ready for her at the basket. 20 seconds to shoot for the Jags. 8 minutes to go in the first half. To the free throw line, it's Hutt. She drives and kicks. To the right wing, Sykes. Back over to Hutt. Right elbow jump shot, nothing but net. And it's now 23-15 Augusta. Braves come out a little slow here in the second quarter as the Jags score the first 5 points in quarter number 2. Bounce pass to Monley on the right side. She throws it up top to Hicks. Fakes the pass to her left, now holding it above her head. Finds Monley on the right side of the lane. Puts up the step-back jump shot off the back rim, no good. Williams had her hands on the rebound. It was last touched out of bounds by Augusta. Braves will get a fresh 30 to shoot. Under the basket, they're attacking. Down 23-15. Huntley will throw it in. Monley and Hicks on the left side of the lane. Locklear and Williams on the right side of the lane in a box formation for the Braves. Huntley throws it into the left side to Williams, who dribbles back near midcourt. And the Braves get set. Locklear now on the right side. They set up some screen away action. Pass to the left side, Huntley. Now to the left corner, Williams. Double team comes. Picks up her dribble, throws it back up top to Huntley. They're trying to feed Monley in the low block, but the defense keeps collapsing. Now Monley comes out to get the ball on the left wing, up top to Hicks. Over to the right side, Huntley fakes, throws it up top for Hicks. She hands off for Locklear. Down to 5 to shoot. Locklear needs to make something happen. Hicks feeds Monley at the free throw line. 2, one dribble jump shot off the back rim, no good. Rebound bouncing around. Huntley got a piece of it, tipped it out of bounds, and Augusta will get the ball.
They're trying to feed Monley down the post. They're trying to get her started back up again, but the Jags are all over it.
A taste of the Braves' medicine a little bit. That 2-3 zone really stymieing any half-court set offense. 6:47 to play in the second quarter. Jags with the ball in a 23-15 lead. Belcher driving down the right side of the lane, pass to the right wing. Here's Sykes. She drives and dishes. Turner looking over for Belcher in the right corner. That pass upstairs and too tall, bounces almost into the crowd. And it's out of bounds off Augusta. Braves ball. A lot of turnovers now in this second quarter alone. It's getting a little bit ridiculous. Each team had 5 in the first quarter. Now, we've not even 4 minutes through the second quarter, and turnovers really starting to pile up. Locklear up top to Hicks, feeds Monley in the paint. Monley has it stripped away and stolen. Now Augusta looking to run. 2-on-1 as Belcher takes up the left wing. Bounce pass to the right block. Shot good and one as Locklear reached in and slapped the wrist of Tavia Sykes at the last second. 3-point play opportunity for junior guard Tavia Sykes, as Augusta has pushed this lead to 10.
Yeah, Augusta's come out in the second quarter really strong. They're starting to be able to do what they want.
There were 10 total turnovers in the first quarter, already 6 here in the second quarter, and we're not even halfway through the quarter yet. Fortunately for the Braves, it's been even each way. Now Monley will need to go to the sideline. Looked like she got poked or something. They have a towel ready to go. Have to just wipe up something. I'm not sure. As they will send Mary Robinson to the scorer's table and get, looks like Janisha Monley will have to go to the bench. That's bad news for UNCP. The foul was on Locklear, her first, team's first. There's 6:17 to go in the second quarter. And Augusta leads the Braves 25-15. Now Robinson actually going back to the bench and Monley going into the game. And Robinson's now left the gym, gone out the doors on the side. Now Lawson will be the one who comes in for Monley. All right, so you know what? Let's just get this game back going again. Monley's not in serious foul trouble. She does have one. And it looks like the trainer will go have a look at her. Probably just a open wound. That's usually what happens when the official sees that. The player has to come out of the game, and she gets patched up. Free throw, no good. So after all that, apparently icing the free throw shooter, Sykes. She can't get it to go. Huntley up the left wing, hands off for Locklear. Gets a screen from Hicks. Now finds Stevens on the right side. 6:06 to play in the second quarter. Huntley gets inside, kicks out for Stevens. Doesn't take the three. Step back jumper on the way. That got tipped. Lawson got a piece of the rebound, tipped it out of bounds. And Augusta will get the basketball. Nothing going right for the Braves here to start the second quarter. They haven't scored since the first quarter, and we're 4 minutes into quarter number 2. Remember, after one quarter, it was 18-15. Now it's 25-15. We'll bump on the drive, getting inside. Braves get a piece of that pass. It's stolen by Stevens right under the basket. Augusta able to get back on defense, but it's another turnover by the Jags on the right wing. Hicks finds Locklear. A long two just inside the arc, a little too strong, and the rebound controlled by Belcher for the Jags. Up the right wing she goes. Stevens chasing her, forces her to pick up the dribble. She throws a pass to the left wing. Over to the left corner. Nice up fake. Hutt gets into the paint, puts up a shot, rattles it in. That had a lot of velocity bouncing off the backboard, and it just died on the rim and dropped right in. Wow. 27-15 now. Augusta leads. 5:17 to go in the second quarter. I'm surprised John Haskins hasn't used a timeout here to stop this run. Handoff to Stevens, looking down low for Lawson. She got fouled as she tried to make the catch. They'll call it on Cariel Hutt. That'll be her second foul.
Yeah, the Braves are actually really lucky that wasn't a turnover.
Not a smart pass there as Hutt was starting to come around, starting to creep in, ready to make that steal. This time the Braves will take the timeout, and we will take it with them. 5:10 to go in the second quarter. Second quarter has been all Jags. They lead 27-15 on the Braves Broadcast Network. Back on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court in Pembroke, North Carolina, UNCP women's basketball in a Peach Belt Conference contest against the Augusta University Jaguars. Braves looking for revenge after an earlier loss on January 2nd. The Jags won that one 72-61 in Augusta. The series history in the last 22, it's all even 11 apiece. The all-time series, though, controlled by Augusta 31-15. Huntley to trigger. Throws it deep up top for Locklear, fires it to the left wing. Hicks, a nice up fake, finds Huntley, left corner three. She's open, and she hits. Jasmine Huntley breaks the Braves' scoring drought in a big way. It's back down to a 9-point Jaguar lead. Halfway through the second quarter now. Open man on the left wing. Nice crossover by Turner. She gets into the paint, blocked by Monley. Braves can't control the rebound, so Augusta will have 19 to shoot. Janisha Monley, she can grab rebound, she can score down low, and she can also protect the rim.
Yeah, definitely. That was great defense play by Monley to get the block.
Quick throw in. It's caught near the free throw line by Turner. She has her back to the basket. Scoops the handoff over to O'Connor. Now it's in the hands of Sykes. She picks up her dribble, needs to get rid of it. Gets it to Gee at the Bravehead logo at midcourt. 10 to shoot, going one-on-one against Stevens. Down the right side of the lane, dishes. Long two from the right wing. O'Connor, back rim, no good. Stevens with the rebound for the Braves in traffic. Gets it to Huntley. Huntley looking to run. Right down the middle of the floor. Huntley towards the basket. Goes up, shot off the bottom of the rim as she got a little too deep. And the rebound controlled by Augusta. Now the Jags looking to push. Up the right wing. O'Connor hands it off. Up fake, Lovett drive and dish. To the free throw line, hop stepping through the defense, lost the ball, last touch by Augusta, as O'Connor not happy with her teammate there. I think she was too close to the driving player. That allowed the defense to suck right in. That's what she's trying to tell her teammate. Braves catch a break. They get the ball back down 27-18, 4:07 to go in the second quarter. Up top, Hicks. Over to the left side, Locklear. Locklear driving with the right hand. Over to Stevens. Towards the right corner, back up top to Hicks. Hicks holds above her head, feeds Monley. Ball gets tipped away. Braves get it back with Stevens. Around the perimeter from right to left. Huntley holds. Huntley dribbles. Huntley crosses over. Fall away layup from the right block, no good. Monley's boxed out. She allows Augusta to get the rebound. Here comes the Jags offense. To the left wing. Bouncing down low. Sykes feeding a cutting Turner. She's fouled as she goes up. Shot no good. It'll be 2 foul shots coming up for Lana Turner. Call it on Janisha Monley, and that's her second. And now an important decision for John Haskins. Do you leave her out there with 3:38 to go in the second quarter and let her risk picking up that third foul? Looks like the answer to that question is going to be no. As Mary Robinson sprinting to the scorer's table. As Turner lines up the first free throw, can't get it to go. And as Robinson comes ready to check in, hook actually there for Crystal Hicks. And now Sadeza Love goes to the scorer's table and will get Janisha Monley. So the answer to that question was no. It just, my heart stopped for a second because I thought that John Haskins was going to make me look like a liar out there. One more free throw on the way for Lana Turner. on the season, a 67% free throw shooter. Just trying to get one of these two, and she does. Makes it 28-18. 3:37 to play in the second quarter. Braves down 10, but they're on the board here in the second quarter after going the first 5 minutes without scoring. Looking for Locklear, the pass through her fingertips, out of bounds. Great defense by Brianna O'Connor. I think she got a piece of it, and then Locklear couldn't stick a fork in the loose ball. She touched it last, and it's another Braves turnover. Their 9th of the game. The Jags have 10 in what has been best described as a sloppy first half of basketball. On the right elbow, Gee turns and faces, has an open teammate on the left wing, slicing to the hoop, and the easy layup for Brianna O'Connor. She got right to the cup and converted. 30-18, Augusta leads. Braves just looking for some answers on offense. It would help if they got some shots. Love sets the screen for Huntley. Huntley at the top of the key, dribbling with her left hand, just pounding the ball into the hardwood. Love on the right side, up top for Robinson. Left wing, Huntley up top. Stevens, a deep three with step behind the arc, back rim, no good. Long rebound controlled by the Jags as the Braves all just got back on defense. Love it on the right side, up top. Couple dribbles, here's O'Connor. Crosses over, trying to get past Locklear, gets to the basket, tries to bank it home, can't do it. Braves get the rebound. Robinson up ahead to Huntley. Huntley right down the middle of the floor, looking to the left wing. Locklear gets past one defender. Free throw line jump shot on the way for Locklear, short, and she airballed it out of bounds. Another tough look for the Braves on offense. They trail 30-18, 2:31 to play in the second quarter. Another sub coming on for UNCP. It's LaShonda Pritchard replacing Avery Locklear. And if you want one stat to tell the story of this game, Augusta over 50% from the field, Braves under 25%.
Yeah, that last shot by Locklear, it was actually a pretty good look and very uncharacteristic miss.
To the right corner goes the pass. Sykes gets into the paint, kicks it out for Gee. Gee back up top. Sykes, a nice up fake, a very convincing up fake, and she traveled. You want to get your defender in the air on the up fake, but the reason the defender went in the air is because she traveled on the up fake. So another turnover by the Jags, their 11th. That's now our 20th turnover in the first half of this game. Braves out there with Robinson, Huntley, Stevens, Pritchard, and Love. Pass to the right side. It's Huntley. Holds above her head. Goes up top to Stevens. Around the perimeter to the left corner it goes. Here's Pritchard trying to get past her defender with Augusta in a 2-3 zone. Huntley dialing long distance from the right wing. She can't connect. Robinson tried to go over the top for the rebound. She tried to save it out of bounds, and she does. Saves it from going out of bounds by throwing it off the leg of Jocelyn Belcher. Great heads-up play by Mary Robinson to get the Braves another possession. 1:54 to play now in the second quarter. Braves down by 12. They get it in. Tough shot there for Pritchard. She can't get it to go. Another offensive rebound, Robinson. It gets poked away, stolen. Here come the Jags in transition. O'Connor tracks it down, gets the layup to go off the glass. Pritchard closed out and almost blocked the shot, couldn't do it. Now it's 32-18. Huntley runs it up the floor. It's it to Stevens on the dribble handoff. Stevens up top, pass to the right side, Pritchard. Looking down low, they try to find Sadeza Love. It's tipped away. Braves get it back. Still 18 to shoot. Robinson up top. Nice pass fake. Looking to the right wing. Gets it to Stevens in the right corner. Step back three from the right side. Off the back rim, no good. Braves can't buy a bucket from downtown right now. 1:15 to play in the first half. Jags up 32-18, looking for more. Belcher from long range. No good. Long rebound to the left corner. Controlled by the Jags. Bounce it back up top for Belcher. Now to the left corner. Inside the arc and traveling called as Gee couldn't decide whether she wanted to shoot or pass until it was too late.
The Jags are picking up more and more on these turnovers, but
Braves are not making them pay for it, to say the least.
No, not at all.
Braves now under 20% from the floor. They're 6 of 31 from the field and 2 of 11 from behind the arc. Doesn't matter that Augusta has turned the ball over 12 times here in the first half. Under a minute to play in half number one. Braves down 14 to the left wing. Huntley lobs it down low for Lawson on the left block. Back out to Huntley. Trying to drive baseline, spins it back out towards the middle. Robinson, three from straight away, too short. Offensive rebound, Lawson. They'll call the foul, and they'll say Lawson pushed off. Foul on the loose ball, so at least the Braves get to come back and set their defense. Augusta's gotten now to run a couple of times, and they are dominating the fast break point category as a result. 6-0 the lead in fast break points for Augusta. 30-second timeout taken by the Jags, so we will keep it here during this break. 43.4 seconds left in the second quarter. Jags leading UNCP 32-18. Bryant, it's just been a rough go in this first half for the Braves.
Yeah, I think rough might be a good word to use for this game because 10 turnovers to start out for the Braves, but other than that, they can't finish anything. No shots are going in. I mean, there's a lid on the bucket, and doesn't look like it's opening up anytime soon.
Maybe switching sides will help as they'll switch sides, shoot at the other goal. It'd be nice to see and see if it affects Augusta in the same way.
Yeah.
They're back out there. They have their navy blue jerseys with silver numbers and silver trim down the side, going from right to left across Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. About a 9-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Right corner three, Belcher, nothing but net. And everything going in for Augusta. They've pushed this lead to 35-18. Back come the Braves. Huntley walking up the floors. The Braves can hold for the last shot here. Hicks dribbling with the right hand around the perimeter, hands it off to Pritchard on the right side. She dribbles up top. Huntley now at the top of the key, driving down the right side of the lane. Fallaway layup. She gets bumped, gets it to go, and one. Jasmine Huntley. That is what she can do, and the Braves needed that bucket in a big way.
Yeah, definitely. That was a great runner and a great way to force the foul. Bump to the defender, go up, let the ref call the foul, and one.
It's a sneaky kind of play because in that case, Huntley's definitely the one initiating contact, but because of the way she jumps away from the basket, the official's never going to call an offensive foul there.
Exactly.
Huntley at the line to try to complete a three-point play with 16.6 seconds left in the second quarter. Lines it up, knocks it down, and it's now 35-21. Remember, the Braves had 15 after one quarter. That means they have just 6 points here in this quarter. Double team coming near the top of the key. Braves have fouls to give. They force the pass. 5 seconds left on the right wing. Double team again. Gee, way far away from the basket. Hands it off. 1 second left. Belcher from long range gets it off. Can't get it to go. And that is the end of quarter number 2. We're through one half in Pembroke. A lot of turnovers marring the first half. Braves certainly also didn't shoot well from the floor. They will have a halftime deficit of 35-21. We'll take a couple minutes for a break. When we come back, we'll break down that first half as well as give you scores from around the conference. 35-21, Jags lead the Braves at halftime on the Braves Broadcast Network. Welcome back to Pembroke for the UNCP Braves halftime report. UNCP Braves women's basketball trailing the Augusta University Jaguars 35-21 at the break. With Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. And Brian, if I had to sum up that first half, well, the first thing that comes to mind is a quote from Yao Ming. This is back in his rookie season in the NBA. And, he's speaking through a translator. Again, not a lot of experience dealing with the American media. And someone asked for an interview, what is your favorite and least favorite part of the game? And his reply, when translated, was, I like it when I shoot it and it goes in. I don't like it when I shoot it and it doesn't go in. For the Braves, there are a lot of reasons for them to not like that first half. They shot 21.2% from the field in that half, 16.7% from downtown. They managed just 6 points in the second quarter, and that's a big part of the reason why they're down by 14 at the break.
Yeah, definitely. For the Braves, it's just been a struggle to put the basket in the hoop, the biggest thing that you want to be able to do during a basketball game. And it just hasn't looked too pretty out there.
And you could say that again. It really hasn't looked pretty in a lot of ways. Augusta shooting has been fairly nice. They're shooting 52% from the floor, 40% from behind the arc. When you pair that out over the course of a game, a team that's shooting below 25% against a team that's shooting more than 50, it's not going to be a close game unless something else weird happens. Augusta has certainly tried to make it a close game. They turned the ball over 12 times in the first half. The Braves weren't able to take too much of advantage, obviously with the low field goal percentage, but then they also turned it over 10 times themselves. Just at a certain point, it's not really even good defense. It's just the offense making mistakes, getting ahead of themselves. Another quote, let's say, this is just a generic quote, but a coach will tell you, you can't get it all back at once. When you're down by double digits, you can't make a 10-point shot. At times, it seemed like the Braves want to try to score more than one basket per possession. You can't do that. It's just not possible.
Yeah, definitely. But there's definitely a point in the game where if you're a player, you look up at the score and you see that you're down by 10, 12 points, and you want to try and do whatever it takes to get the ball, to get the score back and to possibly tie it up or at least bring you within a few points. And there comes a time where you just can't do it. You got to realize you can't do it. Let's start chipping away at this lead. Bucket, stop, and you'll end up right where you want to be.
Another weird stat in this one, I don't think I've ever seen this at a halfway point of a game. The Braves have more offensive rebounds than defensive rebounds. 10-9. They're being out-rebounded in total, 20-19. But I don't think I've ever seen a team have more offensive rebounds than defensive rebounds for any extended stretch, certainly not a half. Other team stats look like this. Augusta has the edge in points in the paint, 14-8. 12-2 is the edge in points off turnovers, 6-0 in fast break points, and 8-2 in bench points. The Braves, you can imagine, with 10 offensive rebounds, they have had opportunities to get second chance points, and they have a 6-0 lead in that category. But they were down by just 3 after the first quarter. It was a very evenly played first quarter, 18-15, with each team having 5 turnovers. It was that second quarter where the Braves, it took them more than 5 minutes to get on the scoreboard, and the Jags really started to open up a pretty big lead. Yeah,
the second score is what split it wide open. Jags came out strong, and the Braves didn't, simply put, and the score shows for it.
Individually, the game's leading scorer is Cariel Hutt for Augusta. She's got 10 points. She's the only player in double figures. Rihanna O'Connor for Augusta has 9. Belcher has 6. Gee has 5. Lovett and Sykes have 2, and Turner has 1. That's the scoring for Augusta. For the Braves, their scoring looks like this. Huntley leads the way for UNCP. She's got 8 points and also 2 steals. Janisha Monley with 6 points and 4 rebounds, but she spent some time on the bench with 2 fouls. She's one of 2 Braves with 2 personals. Phoenicia Lawson's the other one, and Cariel Hutt has 2. So that was kind of our highlight matchup at the start of the game, Hutt versus Monley in the low post. And they've gone at each other and drawn some fouls.
Yeah, they both have, and it hasn't really just been Monley trying to go at Hutt. There's been multiple players trying to guard her and see who can stop her the best, and honestly, she's just working. She's just working down low.
The rest of the scoring for UNCP hasn't been much. Remember, they had just 21 points in that first half, but Huntley has 8, Monley with 6, Locklear with 5, and Lawson has 2. That's it. That's everyone who scored for the Braves in this game. On the glass, Monley has 4 rebounds, Huntley has 3, Pritchard, Stevens each have 2, and so does Lawson. Cesar Love, Crystal Hicks each with 1, and Mary Robinson also has 2. So the Braves, certainly a lot of things to work on there from that first half. And it's frustrating for Coach John Haskins to see this team and the way they've been up and down all year. They've had games like this. They've had stretches like that. But they also will have stretches where they come out and really dictate the tempo. They really dictate the proceedings on the floor and can win games fairly convincingly.
Yeah, definitely. This second half, I expect to see some of Huntley, Monley, and Locklear definitely to get them started off and stick to that 2-3, what kind of looked like a zone man defense, because it seemed like it was working for a while.
They want to keep the ball out of corners because Augusta certainly has outstanding shooters. Jocelyn Belcher, who did knock down a pair of threes. She's 2 of 5 from behind the arc in that first half. The conference's leading three-point maker, those 2 threes giving her 50 on the season, which is twice as many as Avery Locklear had coming into the game, which is surprising. Now Locklear did hit 1 in the first half, but that's really good because Locklear's a pretty good three-point shooter and one of the Braves' designated sharpshooters, and Belcher is, outpacing her in a big way. So keeping her away from that corner 3 that she likes is going to be huge for the Braves. They need to just get stops, though. I mean, Augusta, let's face it, Augusta probably won't shoot 50% from the field again in the second half. It's hard to do. That's really good offense when they weren't turning it over. So the Braves would also like to get out and run a little bit. The Braves didn't score on the fast break at all in that first half, but the Braves need to just be able to score. They just shot such a poor percentage in the first half. There's really no two ways about it. They trail 35-21 at the break. That's the score. Let's get you some scores elsewhere in the Peach Belt Conferences. All 14 teams playing doubleheader action tonight in the Peach Belt Conference. Halftime approaching in Americus, Georgia, where Georgia Southwestern, the Hurricanes, fresh off a win against the Braves on Saturday. They have a 40-25 lead over Clayton State at halftime. That would be a huge upset if that came to fruition. USC Aiken, start of the third quarter in Aiken, South Carolina. They lead Armstrong 28-23 Armstrong leads Aiken, 28-23 in a very low-scoring first half there. Halftime at Georgia College, where the Bobcats are tied with Young Harris 29-29. And the halftime score here is 35-21. Let's get you some of those other scores that aren't popping up directly on our feed here, but we can get them to you. North Georgia all over Montevallo, 43-18 at the start of the second half, so it could be worse. We could be on that one, Brian.
Yeah.
And it's surprising that it's that much of a blowout. Is North Georgia's 4-6 in the Peach Belt, Montevallo 3-7. So those are on paper pretty evenly matched teams. Lander had a ridiculous first half against Francis Marion. It's 60-35 at halftime there. 60 points and a half a women's basketball game. That's a lot. And Flagler trailing Columbus State 34-28 at the start of the third quarter in Columbus, with Flagler trailing against Columbus State. This has been the UNCP Braves halftime report. Second half, about a minute from getting underway here in Pembroke, with the Braves trailing Augusta 35-21.
So when you get to the corner of Smith and Orchard, you're going to want to take a left.
Welcome back to UNC Pembroke. We're at the English E. Jones Center on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. UNCP women's basketball in a Peach Belt Conference showdown against the Augusta University Jags. and it's a 35-21 lead for the visitors from Augusta, Georgia. Substitution is Pritchard was ready to throw it in, and the Braves bench decided, no, we actually want Crystal Hicks to throw it in. So Pritchard goes to the bench. Braves otherwise out there with Locklear, Huntley, Monley, and Robinson. They line up right down the midcourt stripe in a set out-of-bounds play, but Augusta wasn't really guarding them. Braves now get into that half-court offense. Hicks up top, fires pass to the right side, Locklear. Up top to Hicks, over to Huntley on the left side. First possession of the third quarter as Huntley, dribbling with her right hand, hands it off to Locklear, 15 to shoot. Huntley throws it down low for Robinson. Robinson from the right block, off the back rim, no good. Long rebound after it was tipped. Augusta with the board, and here they come. Here comes O'Connor. Right down the middle of the floor, throws a pass to the right corner. No one there as Lovett makes the catch, slices through a couple defenders, and banks it in with the right hand. She just got right to the basket, and it was like the Red Sea parting there. No one wanted to stop the ball handler. Across midcourt, it's Huntley. Braves now trail by 16. To the right wing, Locklear holds it above her head, fakes a pass, throws it up top for Monley. Monley looking down low for Robinson. Pass almost center out of bounds, gets it back out to Locklear for three, around the rim and out. Monley, the offensive rebound. She puts it back up and in. Janisha Monley crashing the boards. Back come the Jags. They lead 37-23. 1 minute off the third quarter game clock. Walking down low for Hutt. Double team comes. Monley pokes it away and gets the steal. Gets it up to Huntley. Huntley across midcourt. Huntley hesitation dribble. And they'll call a foul there as she was pushed while dribbling the basketball. It's the first foul on Augusta here in the third quarter. Foul called on Lovett, her second, team's first. Hicks to inbound. Throws it into Huntley, who holds on the Lumbee Guaranty Bank logo on the right side of the floor. Back over to Hicks. Hicks thought about the three, doesn't take it. Throws it back to Huntley. Huntley dribbling with the left hand. Over to Locklear on the left side. Locklear gets the screen, throws it over to Hicks. Right wing three ball on the way for Crystal Hicks. A little short, no good. Fight for the rebound. It's loose on the floor. Held ball, and the possession error favoring the Augusta Jags. So they will get possession.
That was actually a pretty good play. The drive and kick out to Hicks, and she had a great look. She just couldn't capitalize.
So Augusta comes back across the floor. They're wearing their navy blue jerseys with silver piping down the side and silver lettering and numbering. Across midcourt, looking for a bounce pass. It gets past the intended target of Lana Turner, and the Braves get the turnover. Here comes Huntley getting to the basket. Blocked on the shot, and they'll say she was bumped first. So a shooting foul, and it will be Jasmine Huntley going to the line. Let's see who they call this on. It is going to be against Hutt. It's her third personal. Looked like she got all ball, but someone else had bumped Huntley first. Instead, they'll call it on Hutt. It's her third personal.
Yeah, Huntley just took it to the body.
So 2 free throws coming up for Jasmine Huntley. On the season, a 67% free throw shooter. She holds the ball in her right hand and drains the first free throw. Couple subs coming on for the Jags. Hutt and number 22 Turner going to the bench. In come Belcher and Carlson. Now
Hutt has 3 fouls now, and what's going to be interesting to me is going to see how long coach is going to keep her on the bench.
Second free throw rattles in for Huntley, so she knocks down both. It's back down to a 12-point game, 37-25 with 8:13 to play in the third quarter. Up top, Lovett hands it off. Here's Gee, handoff on the right wing now. Passes to the left side. Belcher, the pass to the left corner. Lovett working against Locklear, throws it up top. A high pass. Connor gets it. Belcher into the middle of the lane. 12 to shoot for the Jags. Gee driving right baseline, throws it up top. Now straight away, nice up fake, and they'll call 3 in the key on Carlson, who was working around the paint there, but never actually got 1 foot out of the lane. So another turnover by Augusta. It seems like every possession for them either ends in a turnover or a made basket. They shot better than 50% from the field in the first half, but turned it over 12 times. Locklear hopping through the defense, and they'll say she traveled as she was trying to make a pass. So back-to-back turnovers once again. Now the Jags will get the ball back. It's funny to see Augusta's uniforms, they say GRU across the front. That's because at the start of this school year, they were known as Georgia Regents University Augusta. And then they changed their name midway through the school year to say Augusta University. I should say in September, so right at the start of the school year, but I'm assuming these are still uniforms left over from last year.
Well, when they get their new uniforms, I guess they'll be new and improved.
It'll probably say Augusta University.
Yeah.
It's been a host of name changes for what is now known as Augusta University. Kick out goes to the left corner, 3-point attempt, Belcher, nothing but net. And the Braves late on the defensive rotation. You can't have that against her. 7:20 to play in the third quarter. It's a 15-point Jags lead. Handoff goes to Locklear. Robinson sets the screen. Locklear works around it, throws it to the right side. Hicks, down low to Robinson. Carlson with a nice straight-up defense, gets a piece of it, and the Jags come away with the loose ball. Now running down the right side of the floor, Turner. Pass to the left corner, Belcher. It was tipped away at the last second. Robinson got a hand on it. So the Jags still have 23 to shoot, 7:02 to play in the third quarter. It's 40-25 Augusta. Yeah, but wrapping up that thought on name changes, there was a January 2012 merger between Augusta State and Georgia Health Sciences University. Then that merger became Georgia Regents in August 2012. And then October 2012, they added GRU Augusta. Left corner three, Belcher, nothing but net once again. She's 2 for 2 from that spot in the last two possessions.
Yeah, Belcher's she's just adding on to that total of made threes, and that one from the corner was just music.
Yeah. Nothing but the bottom of the net. She's a 42% three-point shooter on the season, and her stroke is pure. Huntley on the right side, thought about the three, gets her man up in the air, going up and under, lays it home on the reverse. With the right hand on the left side of the basket, Jasmine Huntley makes it 43-27. Huntley's got 12. 6:23 to play in the third quarter. Love it. Directing traffic from the Brave Head logo at midcourt. Waiting for a Carlson screen, doesn't use it. Throws it back up top. Gee driving. Gets towards the basket. She's fouled. And again, they're leaving Belcher open in the left corner. You saw it developing. I thought they were going to pass to her. Instead, Gee goes right to the basket and draws the foul on Mary Robinson. Her second, team second.
Yeah, if I'm Monley, because they are playing that 2-3 man like they were playing first half, I might want to slack off just a little bit to give myself enough space so the wing player doesn't have to move down and help, because I mean, at the end of the day, 3 is more points than 2. So I'd definitely rather take the 2 than the 3.
Mary Robinson will go to the bench. Erica Williams checks in for the Braves. And, yeah, the way Belcher's shooting, the three-pointer from the corner is like a layup for her right now.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Gee missed the second after making the first. Offensive rebound for Augusta. Belcher, left wing three, not this time. Williams grabs the board. The Braves breathing a little sigh of relief this time. Williams across midcourt. Braves down 17. It's the largest lead of the evening for the Jags. Drive and dish. Locklear, right wing, three. They need this one. They get it. Avery Locklear delivers a triple. It's 44-30. 5:50 to play in the third quarter. Across midcourt comes Lovett. A couple crossover moves trying to shake Huntley. Can't do it. Pass to the right corner. Gee gets double teamed. Throws it back towards the right corner. Three-point attempt. Lovett. Not this time. Monley there for the defensive board. Down the middle of the floor. Huntley turns the corner. More defenders there. She tries to go along the baseline. They'll call the blocking foul on Gee. She wasn't able to cut off the baseline in time. Third team foul on Augusta. Braves will try to get perhaps some free points down the home stretch of this third quarter. If they can get 2 more fouls, they'll be in the bonus. Inbounds pass goes to Hicks under the basket, trying to get rid of it. Looking for Huntley. The pass a little too slow, and Augusta steps in, gets the steal. Belcher down the left wing, steps in, thought about the three, gets rid of it. It's O'Connor up top. Down the right side of the lane. She's tripped up as she passes it off. Gee in the right corner, drives to the basket, banks it off the rim, no good. Off the glass and off the rim. I thought that one was going to go. Huntley, right down the middle of the floor, into the paint, kicks it back out. Now down low goes to Monley. She comes to the free throw line, makes the catch, goes right at Carlson, and she is clobbered. No good on the shot. Janisha Monley will go to the free throw line for 2 shots.
Yeah, it's looking right now that Hut out is seeming to affect the... it's seeming to affect the Jags a little bit. The Braves are just taking it down low and just keep getting foul after foul.
It's the 4th team foul against Augusta as the first free throw good by Monley. She's up to 9 points now. Braves have 31. Jags have 44. Offense has come from 3 players here tonight for UNC Pembroke. Huntley has 12. Locklear has 8. Monley has 9. Can try to make it 10. And just 1 other point in this game coming from Pritchard, or for 2 points for Pritchard, excuse me, is the second free throw also good for Monley. She's got double digits once again. Remember, she's on a 5-game streak of double-doubles. Under 5 to play in the third quarter. Monley blocks that shot, gets her own rebound, gets the rebound, and hands it off to Huntley. That was a nice drive by Lovett, and Monley stuffed it at the rim at the last second. Around the perimeter now, the Braves going from left to right. around the perimeter. Williams past her defender, missed the shot. Offensive rebound, Monley. She's fouled as she goes up with the putback. And it will be Janisha Monley at the free throw line when we come back. Timeout on the floor with UNCP trailing Augusta 44-32. This is the Braves Broadcast Network. .438 remaining in the third quarter. The Augusta University Jaguars have 44. The UNC Pembroke Braves have 32 in Peach Belt Conference women's basketball action. With Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Song, and thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. As the visitors from Augusta, Georgia, trying to win a game here. It would be their 8th Peach Belt Conference win. They are right now 7-3 in the league. The Braves 3-7. These two teams rivals in the PBC East Division. Janisha Monley at the free throw line, shooting 2. Lines up the first free throw, a little too strong as it bounces off the back rim and out. She'll have one more. On the season, Monley a 56% free throw shooter, averaging 10.4 points per game and 8.4 rebounds per game, and riding a streak of 5 straight double-doubles. Hits the second free throw, makes it 44-33, and gives Monley 11 points. Jags come back on offense. 4:32 remaining in the third quarter. It's Lovett at the top of the key, takes it to the right wing off a screen. Now gets another screen, another double screen, and this one is a moving screen, the second one that is, on Lana Turner. We'll go the other way on the offensive foul committed by the Jags. Since that was an offensive foul, it doesn't count towards the team total, which showing 5 means the Braves don't get to shoot free throws on that one, but the next one they will. Monley on the right side, up top for Hicks. Hicks fakes the pass to her left, throws it to her right. Williams looking for Monley, jockeying for position down low. They don't get it to her. On the left side, Huntley. This time they get it to Monley on the left block. Monley spins towards the middle, gets her defender up in the air, puts up the shot, can't get it to go. As Turner trying to plead her case, saying she was straight up, but no, she actually was holding her hands straight up while jumping into Monley. That's a foul. 2 more free throws for Janisha Monley, having herself a very nice third quarter. At halftime, Monley had 6 points and 4 rebounds. Now at 11 points, make it 12 as she makes the first free throw. And also 8 rebounds now for Monley in this one. So getting close to that 6th straight double-double, which is quite the streak, even though the Braves haven't gotten the results they've wanted during that streak. They're 3-2 during the Monley double-double streak. Second free throw also good, and we're back down to a single-digit game. 44-35, Monley at 13 to lead the Braves. 4:05 to play in the third quarter. Across the timeline comes Lovett for the visitors. Dribbling with her left hand, tight defense on her, gets rid of it, throws it up top. Now the handoff goes back to Lovett. Down the right side of the lane, kicks it to the right corner, Belcher. Belcher, bounce pass up top. Drive and spinning towards the middle, fall away jump shot around the rim and down for Tavia Sykes, the junior guard from Flowery Branch, Georgia. Puts a little stop to the Braves run. It's back to an 11-point Jags lead. Huntley throws it to the left side. Hicks on the near wing. Up top, Williams pounding the ball with her right hand. Feeds Monley on the low block. Double team comes. It doesn't matter as Monley finishes in traffic. Janisha Monley with 15. It's 46-37. Jags lead with 3:22 remaining in the third quarter. Jags on offense. Pass to the left corner. It's Sykes. Foul, no. Traveling call. This Sykes took too many steps there. Couldn't decide what to do with the basketball.
Monley's looking great this second half. She came out really strong.
And they'll see if they keep trying to get it to her and what the Jags do to respond. Looks like the Jags right now playing man-to-man with Belcher guarding Monley. Around the perimeter. Up top for Hicks. To the right wing, Locklear. Still waiting for Monley's first touch on this possession. Get it to Huntley right near midcourt. The Braves have 12 to shoot. Under 3 to play in the third quarter. Hicks with the right hand gets a screen from Monley, throws it to the right side. Huntley with 4 to shoot, driving baseline. She stepped on the baseline. She made the pass to Hicks. Missed the 3 anyway. And it's a turnover by UNCP. Augusta will inbound. Up 46-37, 2:50 to go in the third quarter. Love it. Jogging it up the floor for the Jags. They want to get into their offense quickly. Down the left side of the lane. Good drive. No good as Monley with the strong contest. Rebound tipped out towards Williams. Braves running. Williams getting to the basket. Picks up her dribble. Has her shot blocked. They'll call the foul. Sainara Pitt was the only defender back for the Jags and apparently got a piece of that basketball.
Yeah, the Braves actually had numbers on that. I'm surprised he didn't pass it back to Hicks.
Well, Hicks was trailing a little bit. She was about a step and a half behind. And Hicks, and I guess in that case, wasn't really calling for it. And unless the person's calling for it, it's hard to know exactly how far behind your teammate is because you're not looking back while you're driving up the floor.
Yeah.
Williams at the free throw line for 2. Drains the first. It's an 8-point game now. 46-38. As Erica Williams becomes just the 5th Brave to score in this game.
At least it ended up in points.
Can't get the second to go, though, as it rattles out. Augusta with the rebound. Love it up the near sideline. She dribbles with her right hand. Now crosses over towards the top of the key. Here's Belcher, picked up by Williams. Hands it off. Braves in that 2-3 zone, driving to the basket. Monley a little late to try to come block that shot as it's banked home by Tavia Sykes. Monley's got to be careful about picking up another foul, though, as she does have 2. But I'm sure she wanted to reject that shot. 48-38, the Jags lead. 2:07 to play in the third quarter. Pass up top for Hicks. To the left side it goes Locklear, dialing long distance around the rim and out. Monley trying to save the rebound, but her foot was on the baseline as she goes tumbling into the bleachers. Glad she hops right back up and is ready to go once again. Braves not able to come away with points on that possession. Jags going from left to right across Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. Under 2 minutes to play now in the third quarter. The UNCP men's team lounging along the left baseline. They will play the game immediately following this one. To the right corner, Belcher. She tries a 3 with a hand in her face. Not this time. Rebound tipped back out towards the top of the key. Locklear gets her hand on it. She takes it away. Locklear crosses over, gets to the right block, tries to draw contact. They'll call the offensive foul on Avery Locklear.
I don't know if I like that one, Cameron. I don't know if I like that call.
To me, it looked like there was no doubt the defender was inside the restraining circle, but Locklear also pushed off hard with the offhand.
Yeah, she was a little wild.
She was, I would say, out of control on the drive. That time, the foul called on Locklear, her second. Now 90 seconds to go in the third quarter. Jags still up 10. Belcher dribbling with her left hand on the left wing. Hands it off. Strong drive by Pitt, and they'll call a foul. It was an arm bar on UNCP. It's the 4th team foul on the Braves. And it's called on Crystal Hicks, her first. Now, neither team has fouls to give. Lovett triggers, throws it up top. A little trouble with the catch for Turner. They could have called traveling there. Hand off to the right side. Sykes takes it back up top. Tries to back down, can't do it. Here's Pitt. Picks up her dribble on the left elbow. Still 16 to shoot for the Jags. On the right side, Belcher. Double team comes. She gets rid of it. Backing it out towards midcourt is Lovett. Bounce pass to the left side. Down to 8 to shoot. Gets it back over to Lovett. Ball slips through her fingers. Has to track it back to midcourt. Nice behind the back dribble. Splits a couple defenders. Down to 2 to shoot. Last second shot around the rim and out. Huntley there for the rebound. Now she pushes up the left wing with her left hand. Keeps the dribble alive. Gets into the paint. Going to the basket. Her shot blocked by Tavia Sykes. And now the Jags have numbers. Bounce pass. Running the floor. Great look. And the layup no good. That rebound tipped out. Last touched by Augusta. And Lana Turner can't believe she missed that layup.
Yeah, that was an all-star pass by Belcher, and just sad she couldn't finish that because that was really nice.
So now 39 seconds left in the third quarter. Augusta showing a little bit of a press right now. Huntley takes it across the timeline. Belcher shaken up right now. She's on 1 foot. The Braves essentially playing 5-on-4. They feed Monley in the low block. She goes right to the basket. She's fouled, missed the shot. Not sure what happened there. It looks like Belcher came down on someone else's foot. As Huntley showing great sportsmanship, helping her over to the sidelines. It will be Janisha Munn at the free throw line to shoot 2. And that's a bad break here for Augusta, as their sharpshooter will go to the bench right now, bearing very little weight on her right ankle. Janisha Monley at the free throw line. 15 points on the day for her to lead all scorers. Can't hit the first. She's now 9 of 11 from the stripe in this game. She is really just repeatedly getting down low, getting to the free throw line. And that was a rare miss for her from the stripe. One more free throw with 25.8 seconds left. This to try to make it just a 9-point game. And she does. Second free throw was good. Monley at 16 points. Braves picking up full court now. 25.8 seconds left. Augusta 48, UNCP 39. Huntley guarding Lovett, but it's now sagging off a little bit as everyone clears out from the back court. Lovett breaks the timeline, crosses over, tries to go one-on-one against Huntley. Pass to the left corner, Gee. Up fake, drives left baseline, kicks it back out. Lovett up top with 10 seconds left in the third quarter. Huntley giving her space with the right hand, pass to the right wing. 5 seconds left, driving right baseline, kick out goes back to the right side. Gee with a floater. They'll call the foul. Avery Locklear had her hand caught in the cookie jar there, and it will be 2 free throws for Camille Gee with 0.3 seconds left in the third quarter.
Yeah, that was a huge bailout call as the clock was winding down to end the quarter.
And it's not the player you want to foul. Camille Gee, 6th in the conference with a 76.8% free throw percentage. Calmly drains the first free throw. She has one more. 49-39 is the score. One more free throw coming up for the senior guard from Andover, Kansas. Free throw up, back rim no good. Locklear grabs the rebound, doesn't have time to do anything with it. And the third quarter comes to a close. UNCP trailing Augusta 49-39. Fourth quarter coming up next on the Braves Broadcast Network. Fourth quarter getting underway in Pembroke. With Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. We're on Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court in Pembroke, North Carolina. UNCP trailing Augusta 49-39 as the Braves go from right to left, looking to cut into that 10-point deficit. Monley calling for it on the right block. They don't get it to her. Huntley up top. Now Locklear on the left side. Steps back, thought about the three. Now they'll feed Monley on the left block. A great catch down low. Missed the shot, gets her own rebound, puts it back up and in. Janisha Monley now has 18, and she has a double-double as well. Check that, she needs one more rebound for the double-double. Thought she had it. At midcourt, the Braves extending their half-court defense. Bounce pass up top is Pitt controlling. On the left side, Gee to the right wing. Nice up fake from Lovett. She sends it over to the left wing. Gee dialing long distance, can't connect. Long rebound, Monley tracks it down. There's the double-double. There's rebound number 10. 18 points, 10 rebounds in the game for Janisha Monley. Her 6th straight double-double. Let's see if the Braves can turn it into a W. Locklear on the right side, up top for Hicks. Now Williams. Huntley, left wing. Lobs it down low for Monley. Faces up, takes the 10-foot shot. Off the rim, no good. Strong box out. Augusta gets the rebound. Tobias Sykes, the junior, walking it up. Gets it ahead to the point guard, Lovett. To the right wing, Gee, driving right baseline, kicks it out. Left corner, now driving to the basket. Layup no good, offensive rebound. Another miss, and this time Monley with the board. Boy, I think Sinara Pitt was surprised by how open she was. Couldn't hit the layup. Huntley gets bumped, keeps the dribble alive. Finds Locklear, right corner, three. Yes! Avery Locklear for three, and it's a 6-point game, a 5-point game.
She made that pass. She kind of sealed off the defender to make sure Locklear had that open shot.
49-44. On the left side, Lovett. Gee now driving the lane, has her pass tipped away and stolen. Huntley down the middle of the court. They'll call the blocking foul on Lovett. Now Huntley getting tangled up with Gee. And the officials blowing the play dead, telling Huntley to get the heck away from where the player went down. He went down pretty hard. Now the officials have a look at her, make sure she's okay. He wants to stay in the game. She's tough. Senior guard out of Andover, Kansas, transferred from Johnson County Community College. Wants to stay in the game. Braves giving Monley a quick breather. And we'll run right now with Phoenicia Lawson, Avery Locklear, Jasmine Huntley, Crystal Hicks, and Erica Williams. Huntley, tight defense on her, picks up her dribble near midcourt, throws it to the right side. Hicks back over to Huntley, over to Locklear on the left wing. Locklear to the free throw line, over to Hicks up top. Now in the paint, Lawson. Fall away shot with the right hand, no good. Rebound bouncing towards the corner. Augusta has it. Gee lobs it over to Sykes, who will break the timeline. Taking it with her right hand, Locklear picks her up, crosses over down the left side of the lane. Long two-point attempt for Pitt just inside the arc, no good. Lawson there for the board. 7:35 to play in the fourth quarter. Braves trail by just 5. Huntley over to Locklear on the right side. Locklear gets past one defender, up with a tough shot with a hand in her face. She's fouled, missed the shot. 2 free throws coming up for Avery Locklear. Boy, the Braves really threatening to make this a ball game once again. They trail by as many as 17 in this game.
Yeah, definitely. Defense has picked up. Baskets have started to fall, and everything's been looking good. They really took advantage of Hutt being out the game with Monley.
Free throw good for Locklear. It's 49-45 as Locklear has 12. The Braves' field goal percentage is still down under 30%. They're at 26% from the field. But Augusta, after shooting 52% in the first half, their game field goal percentage is now just 43. Locklear drains both free throws. It's a one-possession ball game. 49-46 with 7:30 to play in this one. Still a long time for the Braves to try to make this comeback. Augusta now starting to panic a little bit. They pass it around the perimeter from right to left. Here's Sykes. Picks up her dribble, bounces it to the right wing. Gee to the right corner. Here's O'Connor getting to the basket. Missed the layup. Rebound bouncing around. Lawson has it. Finds Huntley. A little slow to get back is Augusta, but the Braves not pushing the ball. Williams on the left wing. Dribbles it back up top with her right hand. Up top to Hicks. Holds it above her head. Looking for Locklear. They get it to her on the right side. 15 to shoot. Back up top to Hicks. Over to Huntley. They'll get the play call from the sideline from John Haskins. Down to 10 to shoot. Huntley, left side. Looking down low for Lawson. Double team comes. Offensive foul called as she knocked over Camille Gee. No doubt about that one as the Braves took a little too long to figure out where they wanted to go with the ball on that trip down the floor. Ended up feeding the low post, which was a double team. So third personal on Lawson, just the first on the Braves here in the fourth quarter. 6:37 to play in the game. Love it across midcourt with the Jags up by just 3. Tight defense on her by Williams. Pass going to the right corner now. It's Sykes back up top. O'Connor gets the screen at the top of the key, driving down the left side of the lane. Gee on the left wing. Nice up fake from Lovett. Back over to Gee. She's open. Tries the 3 around the rim and out. Those were going in earlier. Offensive rebound and put back up and in by Cariel Hutt. She never really pulled the ball down. She just kind of kept it up and just almost volleyballed it up and in.
Yeah, it's a game called taps.
51-46 now, Augusta's lead. Williams over to Huntley in the left corner. Looking down low for Lawson. That ball looked like it was kicked. The refs let it go. And O'Connor up the right wing. Now down the middle of the lane. Barrels into Locklear. They'll call the offensive foul. Avery Locklear, after getting called for an offensive foul earlier, steps in, takes the charge on this one. And that's huge because the bucket went in. And they'll take it off the board. Third team foul against the Jags. Braves down by 5 still. Wet spot on the floor. Crystal Hicks runs over to the sideline, picks up the mop, and she says, I got this. Braves mascot Bravehawk standing by. He was ready to do mop duty if needed. Crystal Hicks, she wanted to do that herself. 5:48 to play in this one. 51-46 is the Jags lead. Huntley, cross midcourt, bounce it to the left side. Williams, who holds it above her head. Looking down low, an ill-advised pass there, trying to find Monley, and it was intercepted. Here come the Jags. 2-on-2 break to the basket. Laying it up and in is Brianna O'Connor. It is Augusta punishing the Braves for that turnover.
Yeah, that was a terrible decision.
So Huntley will walk it up the floor for the Braves as Ebony Stevens gets set to check in on the next dead ball for UNC Pembroke. Pass to the right side, Locklear. Back up top for Hicks. Williams now. Over to Locklear. Locklear with some room to operate. Gets rid of it. They get it down to Monley in the low block. Monley has it poked away from behind. Hicks is there. They go to the right corner. Williams looking for a three. There's a whistle, and it looks like they're calling three in the key on Janisha Monley.
There's actually been a lot of 3-second calls this game, more than I've seen in a while.
So Stevens checks in, replacing Erica Williams, who missed the three-pointer anyway. It wouldn't have counted. 5:04 to go in the fourth quarter. We still have that under 5 media timeout, and we haven't had a called timeout here in the second half. So still 2 potential media timeouts. Braves have both teams have 3 timeouts remaining in this game, so we could still see a lot of stoppages. Pass to the left corner. Belcher, she likes that spot. Can't get it to go this time. Braves get the rebound. Hicks hands it off for Huntley down the middle of the floor. Under 5 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Locklear up top to Hicks. Hicks driving with the right hand. Taking it herself to the basket. Missed the layup. Rebound bouncing around. Augusta with the rebound. Up the right wing. Love it. With a behind-the-back dribble. Frees up some space. Gets rid of it. Belcher on the right side now. Picks up her dribble. Huntley closes out on her. Throws it back up top for Lovett. Lovett now going one-on-one against Hicks. A strong crossover, but she carried. It was a very strong crossover. In fact, too strong, and that's a turnover. Braves will get the ball back when we come back. 4:23 to play in the fourth quarter. It's 53-46. Jaguars lead on the Braves Broadcast Network. .4:23 to play in the fourth quarter. UNCP trailing Augusta 53-46 in the women's game. Remember to stay tuned for the men's game. That one's slated for a tip-off of about 7:30, but we'll see if this game continues to go long. Should be a good finish. Huntley across midcourt. Hands it off for Stevens on the right side. Now Hicks over to Locklear. Locklear around the perimeter. Back over to Stevens. Tight defense on her. Monley comes out for the screen. Double team comes. They find Locklear. Right wing 3-ball. Air ball. And the defensive rebound by Augusta. Monley was wide open on the pick and roll there. Nice up fake. Love it. She gets inside. 8-foot shot. Way too strong. She airballs. And Augusta with the offensive rebound, though. 20 to shoot as the shot clock doesn't reset. Under 4 minutes to play in the ball game. They bounce it over to Lovett, and she'll call out the play. Pass to the left side. It's Hutt. Now, there were 3 fouls. Pass to the right side gets tipped. Augusta recovers. Down to 5 to shoot. Lovett crossing over, working against Huntley. Right corner 3-ball. Too strong. It didn't hit anything. Shot clock violation on the air ball. That was the last 3 field goal attempts taken that have ended in air balls.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen some turnover stretches, and now the air ball bug is contagious. We'll see if the Braves can start getting some buckets once again. For Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. UNCP has 18 to shoot, 3:18 to go in the game. Stevens on the right wing. They feed Monley on the right block. They'll call the blocking foul as she spins into the middle of the lane. Ended up laying it home, but the foul will be on the floor. It is the 4th team foul on Augusta and the 4th personal on Cariel Hutt. So she's got to be careful here. And the Jags need to be careful because they don't have any more fouls to give. Locklear calling for it on the right wing off the baseline out of bounds. Steps inside. 14-foot jump shot. Good. Avery Locklear off the bounce. Knocks down a 2. And it's a 5-point game. 53-48. Locklear's got 15. 3 minutes to play in the ball game. Love it. Pass to the left side. Hutt throws it up top for Gee. Back over to Lovett on the right side. Looking for a cutter. Looking for Hutt. Can't get it to her. Great defense by Monley under the basket. Now hopping towards the basket. Monley cuts off the shot. Forced the miss. Locklear with the rebound. Nice drive, but a little out of control by O'Connor. Now the Braves pushing down the middle of the floor. Huntley to the basket. Kick out goes to Stevens. Right wing 3-ball around the rim and out. Defensive rebound by Gee. Stevens couldn't get it. And now a loose ball And the timeout called by Augusta as Guy was taken down. A lot of contact there. Now Guy going to the official wanting to get an explanation. They're telling her go to the sideline. First called timeout of the second half becomes a full media timeout. And boy, Augusta might have dodged a big bullet there. We'll be right back on the Braves Broadcast Network. UNCP trailing by 5 with 2.5 minutes to play.
Just visit your post office.
Augusta inbounding, 2:32 remaining. Braves picking up full court on defense. Little trouble with the inbound, stolen by Stevens. She goes up with the layup, in and one. Ebony Stevens with a steal and an opportunity for 3.
That was a great press by the Braves right there. And it looked like the inbounder just kind of panicked.
Camille Guy, a senior guard, and there was a long time coming out of that timeout because both teams broke the huddle out of a media timeout so quickly the officials didn't let them throw it in. The Braves were showing the press. She knew it was coming and still couldn't get the inbound, panicked, and now Ebony Stevens at the free throw line, opportunity to cut this game to 2. She does not miss the free throw, and the defensive rebound controlled by Augusta. 2.5 minutes to play in this ball game. 53-50 is the Jags' lead. The Braves haven't led since very early in this one. Since the first minute. Driving inside. Nice pass under the basket. Hutt around the rim and gets the shot to fall. 55-50. 2:05 to play. Huntley across midcourt. Hands it off for Stevens. Now Hicks. Fakes a pass towards Locklear, then scoops it over to her. Locklear driving down the right side of the lane. Picks up her dribble, banks it in. Avery Locklear with a fantastic shot. Timeout Braves. John Haskins wants just a 30-second timeout, and we will keep it here. Wow, what a run this has been by the Braves. Augusta's is led by as many as 17 in this game. The Braves haven't led since the first 20 seconds of the game. And now they're in an opportunity to do just that. 1:53 to go. They've got to get another couple of stops. But, Bryant, this one far from over.
Yeah, definitely. And second half, it looked like it was over, actually. But the Braves have really come out strong in the second half, and it's looking like they definitely have a good chance to come back and possibly even take this lead.
Augusta, remember, they shot 52% in the first half. Their field goal percentage for the game now down to 42%. And they've turned it over 10 times in the second half after committing 12 in the first half. So the Braves' pressure defense starting to get the job done. Inbounds pass goes to O'Connor. They will clear out and let Huntley be the one who's guarding. Instead, they pass it off to Lovett. Now Lovett breaks the timeline. 21 to shoot for the Jags, 1:42 in the game. Lovett driving down the right side of the lane, bounce it to the right corner. Guy, the up fake and drive. Back up top to Lovett. 12 to shoot now for the Jags. They lead by 3. Lovett off the screen from Guy. Bounce it over to Guy. Down the left side of the lane, kicks out to the left corner, driving inside. 3 to shoot, ball lost, and they'll call the blocking foul on UNCP. It's on the floor, and that's a tough break for the Braves. This allows the Jags to run more time off the clock. Foul called on Huntley, her third, team second. Crossover, O'Connor bounces it off of Hicks. I think she was looking for a little pocket pass there. Hicks for sure wasn't expecting because she's the trailing defender. But
yeah,
that's almost who the pass was intended for. This bounces out of bounds. Augusta will still have 24 to shoot. 1:19 to go in the game. They get it into Hutt. Catches near the free throw line, throws it back outside. Coach Nate Teamer on the sideline telling his ladies to just slow down a little bit. Belcher on the right wing, throws it back up top for Lovett. Down to 10 to shoot now. 1:05 in the game. Hutt from the left elbow, trying to spin past Monley. Tough fall away, jump shot off the back rim, no good. Monley, the defensive rebound. Hands it off to Huntley as we're under a minute to play in a 3-point game. Huntley crosses over across the timeline, takes it towards the basket, lost her dribble, and she traveled. Boy, she was looking for Stevens on the right wing, and that was the right call, unfortunately, for Braves fans.
I think what's important right now for the Jaguars is to hold the ball, run the clock, and make sure they don't do anything too silly.
They pass it up ahead, and now it looks like they will give the timeout to Augusta. They broke that press very quickly. The Braves were back on defense. 30-second timeout taken by Augusta, so once again we will keep it here. 46.3 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Jaguars 55, Braves 52. Let's reset the game a little bit. Possession error does favor Augusta. They have 5 team fouls. Braves have just 2. So that could be a problem if the Braves want to start fouling. They actually have to give a couple fouls before the bonus takes effect. Remember, in NCAA women's basketball now, no 1-and-1 anymore. It's a 2-shot foul on the 5th team foul. So the Braves don't really have that strategy. They wouldn't want to on this trip because they can get a stop and then go down, get a 3, and tie the game. That's exactly what John Haskins was telling his team in the huddle, of course, is, let's get this stop and then go tie the game. Okay, go do it. Anyway, Augusta inbounds the ball. Huntley guards the ball handler, Lovett, who throws it to her left. O'Connor now working against Hicks, 17 to shoot. O'Connor with the left hand down the left side of the lane, puts up the shot. She's fouled, missed the shot, got a pretty good look at it, and she went tumbling to the hardwood. 2 shots coming up with 35.4 seconds left in the game. Brianna O'Connor, 67% free throw shooter. The Jags would love to have both of these. They could use just one to push it to a 2-possession game. 55-52, Augusta leads UNCP. Spins the ball in her offhand. O'Connor lines up the first free throw, off the front rim and out. If she ends up missing both of these, even if she ends up making the second, the Braves don't necessarily need a 3 on this next possession. You could get the quick 2 and then try to get another stop. 35 seconds left. Jags up 3, one more free throw. This one's good. O'Connor makes it a 4-point lead. Hicks will inbound. The Braves out there with Huntley, Hicks, Monley, Locklear, and Stevens. A lot of shooting on the floor for the black and gold. Across the timeline, Huntley bounces it to the left side. Hicks looking for Locklear, having trouble getting it to her, picks up her dribble, finds Monley near the free throw line. Soaring catch, now Locklear, right wing, 3-ball, front rim, no good. Rebound bouncing towards the far corner. Stevens tried to save it. I think she stepped on the baseline, and she did. Shot clock now will be turned off. 17 seconds left in the game. And now another timeout taken by, well, this time Pembroke. It's just a 30-second timeout. So each team will have 1 timeout remaining. And it will be the full timeout left for each team. But since this is just a 30, once again, we'll keep it here. Bryant, I'm not sure I liked that look from the Braves on that possession. It's a contested 3.
Yeah, and I think that's what Coach Haskins is telling them right now. Locklear didn't look like she needed to take that shot. There's still time on the clock, enough time, and there's enough time on the game clock to possibly keep moving it for a few more seconds and get a better look than that forced 3 that she put up.
So now 16.9 seconds left in the fourth quarter. The Braves, if they don't get the steal, they have to start fouling. And they have to give 2 fouls here as they have only 3 fouls committed here in the fourth quarter. UNCP picking up full court. They'd love to get a steal. The Jags do get it in and the foul given. O'Connor made the catch. Huntley committing the foul. It will be her 4th. Now you got to be careful because Huntley can't be the one to give this next foul, and then she'd foul out. Well, Augusta started going over to the free throw line. They didn't realize that was only the 4th team foul, so they have to do this inbound thing again. Hutt calling for it. No one's guarding her. They get it back over, and now Huntley giving the foul as Belcher holding it. Huntley has fouled out of this game now, and perhaps that was actually a misdirection by Augusta. I think maybe they knew that was only the 4th team foul. They wanted to get the Braves to walk to the other end of the floor, then quickly throw it in so they could run more time off the clock.
Yeah, it looked like they sure knew what they were doing, but Braves, they weren't too sure.
Maybe they weren't sure, and that's just how it worked out.
Yeah.
Anyway, Jasmine Huntley's fouled out of this game. Erica Williams will replace her. 2 free throws coming up for Belcher. Misses the first. Jocelyn Belcher, 61% free throw shooter, has 1 more. Final stat line for Huntley in this game, 12 points, 4 rebounds, and an assist on 4 of 10 shooting. Braves, looks like they might end up coming up just a little bit short. Belcher, back rim on the second free throw, but still 4-point game. Williams, with 10 seconds left in the game, down the left side, crosses back over. They need to go. Williams with the right hand, gets inside, puts up a tough shot. It's blocked by Hutt, and Augusta comes away with the rebound. Monley tried to reach in at the last second, and that's how this game will end. The Braves drop a close one to Augusta, 56-52, and the late game strategy for the Braves, at least, certainly can come into question, Bryant.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with that. A few questionable decisions made. Looked like good calls, but the choices weren't the best, and the Braves coming close, but no cigar.
Well, just that last sequence alone, Williams got the ball, 10 seconds left. She was going down the left side of the court. She had the corner. She then crossed back over towards the middle. Her teammates on the bench started going crazy, then picked up her and kept going towards the basket for a two-pointer when the Braves needed more than that. They were down by 4, and getting 2 to cut it to a 2-point game with 2 seconds left doesn't really help you that much.
Yeah, that's not too good time management. I think the Braves were actually telling her to pass it to Locklear because she looked like she was open for a second, but you got to make a better decision on that, and I think that's where they lost Huntley when she just fouled out a few seconds earlier.
Well, the Braves will have something to work on there, but you give them a lot of credit. They came back from 17 down to make this an exciting game down the home stretch, but they do drop this one 56-52. UNCP falls to 8-10 overall, 3-8 now in the Peach Belt Conference. It's their third straight loss. Augusta improves to 15-5 overall, 8-3 in the PBC. Quick look at the final stats. Braves couldn't overcome a slow start to this one where they fell behind early and ended up finishing with a not too great field goal percentage, just 28% from the floor. Augusta finished at 41% from the field, including 6 of 18 from behind the arc. Braves are just 4 of 20 from deep. Braves forced 22 Jags turnovers and committed 19 of their own, and the Braves out-rebounded Augusta 39-38. As we look at the individual stats, Monley led all scorers with 18. She also had 12 rebounds for her 6th straight double-double. Locklear pitched in with 17 points. Huntley had 12 before fouling out. For Augusta, Hutt led the way with 14 points and 7 rebounds. Belcher and O'Connor rounded out the players in double figures. They each had 12. UNCP Braves player of the game is Janisha Monley, 18 points and 12 rebounds. Bryant, your final thoughts on this one?
Started off ugly, finished out pretty well, actually. That's what I'd say. Augusta played a great game throughout. Second half was a little rough for them, and the Braves had a great second half. They just couldn't finish it out.
So the Braves dropped this one 56-52. Remember to stay tuned for the men's game. Tip-off for that one coming up in less than 25 minutes. For my broadcast partner, Bryant Reed, our entire video production crew, and our radio producer, Justin Osant. This is Cameron Songer saying thanks for listening, and remember to stay tuned for UNCP men's basketball coming up in just a little bit. And welcome back to Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court in Pembroke, North Carolina. We're at the English E. Jones Center on the campus of UNC Pembroke. It's Peach Belt Conference men's basketball action. The UNC Pembroke Braves hosting the Augusta University Jaguars. With my broadcast partner, Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. As the Braves come in with a record of 10-9 overall, 4-6 in the Peach Belt Conference. Augusta at 10-7 overall, 6-4 in the Peach Belt Conference. This is the second meeting between these two teams this season, as the first one was back on January 2nd. Augusta ended up holding off UNCP 73-72 in a game where UNCP trailed by as many as 26, and ended up coming back, tied the game in the last minute, but couldn't close the deal. And the Braves looking for revenge tonight against Augusta. The last 8 meetings between these two schools split right down the middle, but Augusta leads the all-time series 38-12. And Bryant, should be a pretty good one here tonight. What are you looking for Augusta?
For Augusta, I know that they like to press. They like to press a lot. That's their thing. They love to post up their big men. So I definitely look for the post to be fed a lot and to see if the Braves can handle this pressure.
Yeah, the Braves, a pretty good team at handling pressure and applying pressure themselves. They are first in the Peach Belt Conference at forcing turnovers at over 16 a game. So that's one thing Augusta will have to keep an eye on, is the way they handle the ball. Their offense could be pretty simple. It could just be get the ball to Keishun Sherrill and let him go to work. He is a beast when it comes to scoring points.
Yeah, definitely. He's a monster. All-American last year, all-conference, and he's shown out. He's been showing out this year. He's a junior, and it's going to be a show watching him tonight. I look forward to it.
Yeah, he was the PBC Freshman of the Year back in 2013-2014, a two-time All-American, and obviously a PBC Player of the Year as well. It's organization night in Pembroke. It's Coaches versus Cancer night in Pembroke, so the UNCP coaching staff wearing sneakers in support of the NABC Coaches versus Cancer awareness effort. And it's also neon night for the Braves. They're wearing their highlighter yellow home jerseys.
Yes, sir.
That should be fun. It's fun to watch. A little bright, a little bit tough to look at times. I wouldn't recommend prolonged exposure to these uniforms. But they are highlighter yellow with white numbers, and Augusta will be wearing traditional navy blue uniforms, white piping down the sides with white and silver letters and numbers. Starters getting ready to be introduced for both teams. Let's get them to you right now. Starting with the visiting Augusta University Jaguars, they will have Tamrick Fields, a sophomore forward from Augusta, Georgia. He is a forward at 6'6", 190. Also in the starting lineup for them is Tommy Williams, as the aforementioned Sherrill, Keith Crump, and Tyvez Monroe rounding out the starting lineup for the Jags. Monroe is a freshman forward from Alexandria, Virginia, and Crump is a junior guard from Augusta, Georgia. They really get pretty much all of their scoring from Keishun Sherrill, averaging 24.4 points per game. There's not a lot of other numbers that really jump off the page at you from this Augusta team. Tamrick Fields second on the team in scoring 10.8 points per game and 4.4 rebounds per game. To me, it seems like if the Braves can stop Sherrill, they've got a great chance here tonight.
Yeah, definitely. And I really look forward to finding out who they're going to have to guard him, whether it's going to be a specific player, whether they're going to switch off, and how they're going to try and throw off his game the most.
Yeah, for the Braves, their starting lineup very familiar for Braves fans, with one exception. Brandon Watts in the starting lineup. He wears number 0, the Braves' leading scorer, 15th in the conference at 15.5 points per game. It's also 8th at 1.7 steals per game in the conference, and 13th in blocks per game at 1 block per game. Joining him in the backcourt is Alex Bradley, the redshirt junior, runs the point for the Braves. The difference for the Braves is in the backcourt. Instead of Giovanni Mack, we'll see number 4, Jihad Wright, getting the nod in the starting lineup tonight. Redshirt senior guard, a transfer from Campbell University, gets to be in the starting lineup here tonight in the highlighter uniform night. And in the front court, it's the tandem of redshirt seniors, Brandon Winford, Tyler Cordenbrock. Brandon Winford, a former All-Peach Belt Conference performer from a year ago, and Tyler Cordenbrock, the big man with the formerly goofy haircut. He's since trimmed it down and looks a little bit more professional with it now.
Yeah, definitely. I think I probably like this look a lot better.
I think Ben Miller, the head coach of the Braves, likes it as well. Ben Miller's in his 8th season at the helm in Pembroke. And on the opposite sideline, it's Dip Mistras in his 12th season at Augusta. Through the first 11 seasons, how about this record? 252-90. That's a lot more wins than losses. He's led Augusta to 7 NCAA tournaments in his first 11 years. But they're right now not really on pace at being there. The Braves want to be there again. They were there last year and not really on pace to be there yet. So tonight's game, very important for both teams. Braves wearing their highlighter yellow uniforms going from left to right across Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court. It'll be Cordenbrock jumping center against Tamrick Fields. Jump ball controlled by Cordenbrock, tipped all the way back to Alex Bradley as we get ready to go. The first possession of this one, Braves and Jags. On the left side, Jihad Wright throws it up top for Brandon Watts. Over to Bradley on the right wing. Cordenbrock trying to post up, comes out, sets the screen. Now Bradley to the free throw line, jump shot on the way. Off the rim, no good. Offensive rebound, Cordenbrock going up and under, missed the layup. And this time the rebound controlled by Augusta. Tommy Williams pulls it down, hands it off, and here's Sherrill. Sherrill bounces it over to the right side. Tommy Williams back up top. This is Monroe. Now around the perimeter, some quick passes. Step back jump shot for Williams, just inside the arc. It's good. 2-0 Augusta. We've played about 30 seconds. Bradley up the far wing, going one-on-one against his defender. It's Sherrill guarding Bradley in the early going. Jihad Wright on the right wing, looking down low for Winford. Can't get it to him. Now Cordenbrock comes out, sets the screen. He'll use this one, throws it over to the left side. Watts, left wing Bradley, looking down low for Winford. Double team comes. Winford has to pick it up, gets rid of it, finds Bradley. Braves have just 8 to shoot. Now the foul committed by number 10, Keyshawn Sherrill. As Alex Bradley was trying to turn the corner right in front of the Jags bench. That's big. As the Braves can keep getting fouls on Keyshawn Sherrill.
Oh, yeah, definitely. The faster he's out the game, the less they have to worry about.
That's good news for the Braves. Keyshawn Sherrill just so quick. He's listed at just 5'9". That might even be generous. He is a really small guard out there, and he will give Alex Bradley problems if Bradley doesn't take good care of the ball. Watts trying to turn the corner, goes right baseline, double pump layup, rattles home. Brandon Watts opens the scoring for the Braves. We're tied up at 2. Inbounds pass goes to Sherrill as Jihad Wright was ready to pick up full court, and it's Jihad Wright guarding the duty of guarding Keyshawn Sherrill in the early going. Up top, they keep it away from Sherrill. It gets down low, up with a layup around the rim and out. Rebound controlled by Winford. Here come the Braves. Bradley with Cordenbrock running down the middle of the floor. They get it to him late, right on the block. Cordenbrock going to work, spins baseline up with a tough shot, got a piece of it. And Braves with the rebound. Watts got his hands on it. Then it was stripped away, last touch by Brandon Watts. And Augusta will get the ball. Tied up at 2, 18-20 to play in the first half. Not the greatest possession there for the Braves on that trip down. Jihad Wright wanted to play deny there on Sherrill. They finally do get it to Sherrill and let him go to work against Jihad Wright. Bouncing it, getting rid of it. On the left side, Fields with Cordenbrock on him to the free throw line. Sherrill in rhythm, jump shot, money. 4-2 Jags. Braves want to run. Bradley right down the middle of the floor over to the right wing. Watts looking for Cordenbrock to get it to him on the right post. Cordenbrock spinning, cut off, righty hook shot, no good. Defensive rebound for Fields. Here come the Jags once again. They hand it off to Sherrill. Ben Miller sending Carson Mounts to the scorer's table, ready to check in for Cordenbrock on the next dead ball. On the left side, Crump with Watts on him, picks up his dribble, bounces it back up top. Jab step for Monroe. They throw it over to Sherrill, and Jihad Wright dogging him the entire length of the floor. The left side, they lob it down low. Nice position under the basket, up with a tough shot. Watts with the rebound. Tommy Williams missed the layup. He wanted the foul call, but Cordenbrock and Winford got the stop. Watts at the top of the key, crosses over, gets to the free throw line, jump shot on the way, around the rim and out. Cordenbrock and Winford both there for the rebound. Cordenbrock hauls it in, tiptoeing the baseline, takes it out towards the far corner, throws it back up top for Bradley. Braves reset their offense, 17-15 to play in the first half. UNCP trailing 4-2. Jihad Wright on the left wing, throws it up top to Cordenbrock, now Bradley on the right side. He's got the mismatch, throws it back up top for Watts. Braves still have 12 to shoot. Watts to the free throw line with Sherrill on him, gets his man up in the air, up through contact, double pump layup, missed everything. Defensive rebound controlled by Augusta. Williams up the court, to the right wing it goes. Monroe, three-point attempt, money. Tyvez Monroe for 3, it's 7-2 Augusta. 16:45 to go. We haven't had a stoppage yet in this game. It's just been all action for a while. On the right wing, right over to Watts. Back up top to Jihad Wright. Jihad Wright, kick out to the left wing. Deep three for Alex Bradley. Gets knocked over by Sherrill. No call there. Bradley gets right back up. Might have sold out a little bit. Monroe pounding into the hardwood, throws it up top. Here's Crump. Bradley closes out on him, almost forces the turnover. Nice bounce pass under the basket. Layup no good, and the late whistle called as Tamrick Fields couldn't convert on basically a bunny. He was right under the cup there.
Yeah. I think what the Braves need to do on offense is slow the ball down a little and get the best shot. It doesn't seem like they're taking the best shots. It doesn't seem like they're taking open shots or kind of forcing things.
Part of the problem, I think, is they're also waiting too long into the shot clock at times. Now we'll get a delay before the free throw as the Augusta players were ready. It's just they're saying just one shot here. No, check that. It's a two-shot foul. First free throw up and good. I was going to say maybe they will say there was goaltending there because that ball was pretty close to being pinned against the backboard. First free throw was good for Fields. Cordenbrock goes to the bench. Freshman Carson Mount is the first guy off the UNCP bench today, number 21. Freshman forward from Elkin, North Carolina. One more free throw on the way for Tamrick Fields. Off the back rim and out. Mounts has the rebound bounce right into his lap. Hands it off for Watts as the Braves come back on offense. Down 8-2. About 4 minutes in the books already in Pembroke. Up top, Winford has plenty of room to operate. Lowering his shoulder, gets to the block, puts up the layup around the rim and out. Rebound tipped out, and Augusta controls. Good look at the basket there for Winford. That's the range you want him shooting from. Up top, Bird. To the left side, they look down low. Wright sails in for the steal on the weak side. They tried to lob it into Fields. Braves don't have the numbers on offense. Timeout from the sideline. Ben Miller calling a timeout here as the Braves took it up the floor. They didn't have numbers on the fast break. A timeout on the floor. We will take it with them. 8-2 is the Augusta lead. Braves still looking for some answers on offense. We'll see if they find them when we come back on the Braves Broadcast Network. Back in the English E. Jones Center on the campus of UNC Pembroke, it's Braves men's basketball taking on the Augusta University Jaguars. With Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us. Jahad Wright out there with Alex Bradley, Brandon Watts, Carson Mounts, and Brandon Winford. On the right wing, Watts looking for a cutting Winford. He's held up as he was cutting towards the basket, and they'll call the foul on Augusta. No doubt about that one, unless Winford just tripped or something.
Yeah, it looked like he got held a little bit.
So the first personal foul called on Tamrick Fields. Second foul called on Augusta as a team. That first one was called on Sherrill, who's now not in the game, getting a quick breather for the Jags. Up top, Winford. Around the perimeter, it goes from left to right. Now Bradley will take it back towards the top of the key. Bradley near midcourt, throws it to the left wing, Jahad Wright. 15 to shoot for the Braves. Jahad Wright waits for a Mount screen. Double team comes. Wright gets rid of it. Throws it to Bradley. Bradley at the top of the key. Good crossover. Looks down low for Mounts. It slips through his fingers. Stolen by Augusta. And now Wright committing the foul there as he leaned in to Aaron Bird, who emerged from the scrum with that basketball.
It's looking like Wright is going to be the defensive hoss today for the Braves. He's all over everybody.
Yeah, but they want to save him for battling against Keishun Sherrill, but he's still out there right now after picking up that first foul. You'd hate to see him pick up a second, especially with Sherrill on the bench right now, but Sherrill right now going back to check in. Just a quick break for him on that media timeout. Augusta just passing around the perimeter right now. It's on the left wing. They get it down low. It's Williams going to work against Winford. From the left block, gets the man up in the air. Fall away shot off the side of the backboard. Winford corrals the board. Watts looking up the floor. Leaves it for Bradley. Bradley, a nice crossover. Gets inside near the free throw line. Leapt in the air. Didn't know what to do with it. Turns it over. Here come the Jags. Bird on the right wing to the left side, looking for a pass down low. Watts almost intercepted. It's thrown back up top for Augusta. Straightaway three-point attempt for the Jags. It's good. Knocking down this shot is Aaron Bird. And it's suddenly 11-2. Braves have gone really cold from the field. They can't seem to get anything going on offense. Augusta just playing man-to-man defense and extending it about 3/4 of the way on the right side of the court. Right, the pass to the left side. Bradley, a whistle away from the ball. Offensive foul called on the Braves. A moving screen on, looks like Brandon Watts. And that's another turnover by the Braves. First personal foul on Brandon Watts. 14:23 to go in this first half. This is not the start the Braves had in mind. They trail 11-2.
Yeah, it's slow.
That's putting it politely.
For lack of, yeah.
That's polite.
Yeah.
Bird will walk it up for the Jags. UNCP looks like they're showing a little bit of a zone look, 2-3, maybe a 1-3-1 with Mounts in the middle. And that's what it is, a 1-3-1 zone. Around the perimeter from right to left. Left baseline, tough floating shot. I think that was the second option there as Keith Crump leapt in the air. Missed it pretty badly. Bradley coming up the left wing. Behind the back dribble, nice crossover. Throws it down low. Winford from the left block. Back up top, Bradley. Deep three on the way. Alex Bradley not this time. Offensive rebound, Winford. But they will say he pushed off in the process of getting that rebound. Offensive foul on the Braves on back-to-back trips.
Yeah, and Winford's got to be careful there. In the play, kind of raised his voice at the ref and pounded the ball close to getting a tech, it looked like.
Ben Miller knew it. He sends Winford straight to the bench. It'll be James Murray Boyles coming in to replace Winford. So the two redshirt senior forwards come out, the two true freshman bigs into the game for the Braves with Mounts and Murray Boyles. Let's see if they provide the spark off the bench. Pass to the right side. Held by Sherrill. Gets rid of it. Three-point attempt. Bird can't connect on this one. Watts got a piece of the rebound. Tips it over to Bradley. Braves get the stop. Down by 9 with 13.5 minutes to play in the first half. Bradley hands it off to Wright. And they'll say Bradley's at a moving screen on the handoff for Wright. 3 straight trips with offensive fouls by the Braves. And you would understand why Ben Miller would have beat with the officials right now.
Yeah, but also, if you're Bradley, you either have to learn how to run past a defender or just hit a hard screen, because it looked like he tried to hold him a little bit there.
13:20 to play in the first half. It's 11-2 Augusta. Braves have 2 points in about 7 minutes. Now an offensive foul committed by Augusta. So the officials are at least calling it similarly both ways. This one going on Sherrill. It'll be his second. That is huge. And the Braves will take that exchange anytime if they can get Sherrill out of the game. And an irate Dip Mistras is giving the officials a piece of his mind from the Augusta sideline.
Yeah, he really looks frustrated. But, I mean, Sherrill out with still 13 minutes left to play in the first half. That's huge.
You don't usually see a coach get that fired up just 7 minutes into a ball game. Bradley splits a double team with the crossover. He gets tripped. They'll call the foul on Dean Williams, who just checked into the game. And now the foul is starting to mount for each team. This could be the kind of game where I hope you're not planning on going anywhere for a while, because there could be an awful lot of free throws. This could be a very long basketball game. 5 team fouls in the first 7 minutes for each team. Watts on the right wing. Turns the corner off to the screen. Gets it down low. Murray Boyles working from the left block. Tried to bank it home. Couldn't do it. Rebound bouncing around. Augusta tried to save it. They do. And they get it into Williams, who passes it up ahead to his point guard. Here's Bird running the point with Bradley guarding him. Long 2 on the way on the fall away. No good. Rebound off the backboard. After the Crump miss, Mounts controls. Gets it ahead to Watts. Watts down the right sideline. Watts with a couple dribbles. Throws it back up top to Bradley. From the Brave head logo, he taps the back of his head to call out the Braves' offensive set. They get it to Watts on the right wing off a bounce pass. Now a whistle away from the ball. This one looked like it's going against Augusta. Well, this is an opportunity to see how well we research both teams' benches, Brian, because if this pace continues, everybody's going to foul out of this game.
Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. It's looking like we're going to get it deep into bench play this game.
Just so many fouls already called in this game. 16 fouls against the Jags, 5 against the Braves. We're getting to a danger zone. We might have more fouls than points pretty soon. Watts, the pass to the left side, gets it back. Now Bradley on the right wing. Watts straight away, deep 3. It's good. Brandon Watts has all 5 of the Braves' points. It's 11-5 now with 12 minutes and change remaining in the first half. Bradley picking up the ball handler full court. Bird gets it towards the top of the key, throws it to the left side. Crump with Watts on him. Looking back up top, a whistle away from the ball. This foul goes against Carson Mounts. Okay, seriously, guys, this is going to be ridiculous if this continues. As the teams go to the benches, let's see if we can start seeing some fewer fouls. 11:56 remaining in the first half. Jags 11, Braves 5. We'll be right back. 11:56 remaining in the first half. It's been a cold offensive start for the Braves. They trail Augusta University 11-5. With Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. As the Jags get it in, 16 fouls against the Braves already, just 5 against the Jags. Pass to the left side, Bird. He dribbles back towards the Brave head logo at midcourt with Chris Smith guarding him, who just checked into the game. Pass to the left side, Jayshon Brooks, who also just checked in the game for the Jags. Passing around the perimeter from left to right in front of the Braves bench. Here's Bird with a step, gets to the basket, missed the layup. Murray Boyles with the rebound, almost had it poked away, gets it back. Now we'll leave it for Brandon Watts, who will set up the Braves offense. Watts on the left sideline. Throws it over to his left with Chris Smith. Chris Smith with the jab step, throws it back up top for Bradley, swings it over to Watts. Watts trying to free up Murray Boyles down low. Now Murray Boyles comes out, sets the screen. Watts gives it to Murray Boyles. Long two just inside the arc, rattles it home. James Murray Boyles for 2, the assist for Brandon Watts. It's 11-7 Jags, 11 minutes to play in the first half. Well, with Keyshawn Sherrill out of the game with 2 fouls, the Augusta offense looks a little confused right now. On the left side, nice up fake from Crump. He gets inside the arc, puts up a long 2, and gets it to go. About 13 feet from the basket on the left wing, knocked down a contested jumper. Bradley back quickly for the Braves, trailing by 6 with 10:47 remaining in the first half. Bradley on the left side, up fake, tried to get his defender in the air, wasn't biting. To the right side, Smith. Murray Boyles comes out, sets the screen. Ball was poked away. Smith tracks it down before it goes into the backcourt. 13 to shoot. Murray Boyles on the right wing. Murray Boyles a crossover, a long 2. He's feeling it from that spot. That one's a little too short. Rebound Augusta. They're running. Crossover. Getting to the basket, Fields, lays it off the back rim, no good. A couple Braves were there, forced the miss, and then in transition, Mounts threw it away. Augusta gets the ball back. They were looking for Bradley, and the pass was behind him. Free throw line, jump shot, Crump around the rim and out. Chris Smith the board for the Braves. Up ahead to Bradley. Bradley from right to left across the floor to Murray Boyles. Now Mounts at the free throw line. Mounts lost the ball. He lowered the shoulder a little bit, and they'll call the reach-in foul on Andrew Parker. Fast-paced offense for both teams. I'm not sure that's the best look for either team, as they've kind of struggled with the offenses.
Yeah, definitely, especially because not just the offense, but the officials seem to be calling this game really tight.
That was the 16th foul against Augusta, so now neither team with any fouls to give in the final 10 minutes and 4 seconds of the first half. Murray Boyles, the catch in the right corner, throws it back up top to Chris Smith. Jihad Wright checked into the game once again, replacing Bradley. So the Braves don't really have a true point guard out there right now. Watts feeds Murray Boyles at the free throw line. Murray Boyles spins towards the middle and jumped in the air. Didn't know what he was doing with it. That's traveling. And that was a freshman mistake there for JB. So the Braves, apparently Ben Miller's seen enough of those freshmen, Mounts and Murray Boyles. Cordenbrock and Winford right back onto the floor. It's always interesting to watch the dynamic between not just those two, but how the rest of the team interacts with those guys when they do that swap, because you very rarely see one without the other.
Yeah, definitely. If one of them's in, they're both in.
At the same time, sometimes they'll go a little bit smaller and put Murray Boyles and Winford at the same time, but that also depends on what the other team has in terms of size. Augusta's a pretty big team, so I don't know if we'll see that tonight. Left block, Dean Williams lost the ball. He traveled as Winford played great defense on him in the low block. Avoiding that next foul, which would have put the Jags at the free throw line. Instead, it's a turnover, and UNCP back on offense. But boy, they have just 7 points in the first 10.5 minutes of this game. That's not good news for the Braves. 9.5 minutes to play in the first half. It's 13-7 Jags. On the right side, Chris Smith bouncing it down low for Winford. Winford, the pass to the free throw line, Cordenbrock. Cordenbrock almost has it poked away, finds Smith, left wing 3, ball back rim, no good. Rebound controlled by Augusta. Crump on the left wing, throws it behind his back, now to the left side. Williams has room to operate. Left free throw line extended on the jump shot, no good. Rebound by Jihad Wright. Both teams really having trouble making baskets in this one. Chris Smith to the opposite side, Watts to the left corner. Wright back up top to Smith. Back over to Wright. 17 to shoot for the Braves, 8:52 in the first half. Wright on the left wing, looking down low for Winford, gets it to him, tries to go baseline, tough reverse layup, gets it to go, Brandon Winford. Wow. 8:40 to play in the first half. It cuts the lead down to 4. I'm not sure you ever looked at the basket in the process of taking that shot.
No, I don't think so. I think it was just a circus shot that magically went in.
Around the perimeter from left to right, now back to Bird. They get to the low block on the left block shot, no good. Winford called for the late foul on the miss by Tommy Williams. That's bad news for UNCP. It's the second personal on Brandon Winford.
Yeah, and I don't know if I like that foul. It seemed like a good play. Winford went straight up, didn't go in, and I don't know.
Shot was no good, but it's 2 free throws coming up for Tommy Williams, a 69% free throw shooter on the season. Alex Bradley ready to check in for the Braves. And we'll have to see who they go with to replace Winford, or if they let him stay out there with 2 fouls. Winford goes to the bench. Bradley coming in for Chris Smith. And Ben Miller needs to pick someone else to go in. He actually turns Brandon Winford around, pats him on the rear end, and says, "You're right back out there with 2 fouls."
Yeah, he thought he was coming out. He's making him tough it out.
Well, it's a lot of trust to show in your senior. Second free throw on the way, off the back rim and out. So the pair of free throws split by Tommy Williams. The lead is at 14-9 for Augusta. Watts crosses over, top of the key, behind the back dribble, picks up his dribble now, gets it over to Bradley, who walks it back to midcourt. 8:12 remaining in the first half. It's 14-9 in a very low-scoring game. Screen away from the ball. Cordenbrock came to set the ball screens, and offensive foul as his feet weren't set. My goodness, just offensive fouls galore for the Braves. And that is their 8th team foul, the second on Tyler Cordenbrock. So now both of those redshirt senior bigs for the Braves have 2 fouls, and they will both stay in the game. That's a lot of faith in those guys, or perhaps a lack of faith in his younger bigs. Ben Miller letting them play. Driving down the right side of the lane. Nice pass by Williams. Easy layup by Ben Ursich, who just checked into the game for Augusta. Right, driving towards the basket. They'll call the offensive foul as the defender was set outside the restraining circle. And it's another foul on the Braves. Great defense by Dean Williams. It's the 9th foul on the Braves. Jihad Wright's second. And this is a problem for the Braves. Way too many fouls. They trail 16-9 with 7:47 to go in the first half. We'll be right back. Back in Pembroke, where foul trouble could be the story of this first half for the Braves. 3 guys out there with 2 fouls right now. Watts, Winford, and Cordenbrock all playing with 2 personal fouls. Braves trail the Jaguars 16-9. Long 2 on the way off the dribble. No good on the attempt by Monroe. Offensive rebound by Tommy Williams. He threw it off the heels of Tyler Cordenbrock. And another chance for the Jags. With Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. UNCP, 9 points in the first 12-plus minutes of action. They get the pass down low, up through contact, around the rim and in. How did that shot go in for Dean Williams? He's looking at the refs wanting the foul call, but there certainly was contact, but the officials choosing to let that one go. 18-9 now, Augusta leads UNCP. Down low to Winford, gets good position under the basket, missed the layup, rebound tipped by right into the hands of Dean Williams for Augusta. And the Braves just can't get baskets right now. Monroe. Down the left side of the lane, kicks it out. Foreman to the top of the key where Watts closes out on him. Pass to his left, Monroe. Looking for an open teammate. He chooses to take it himself. 18-footer around the rim and out. Offensive rebound for Williams. He goes up and under and lays it home. Braves can't give the Jags that. And now this lead double digits for the first time. Watts on the left wing. Driving with the right hand down the middle of the lane. He gets fouled before he went up for the shot. He's stripped later. And this will be the 7th team foul on the Jags. It means a 1-and-1 for Brandon Watts. Carson Mounts checks in for Tyler Cordenbrock as Ben Miller doesn't even have a word for his redshirt senior big. Send him to the end of the bench.
Yeah, this is actually that combination that you were talking about earlier.
So UNCP out there with Wright, Bradley, Watts, Winford, and Carson Mounts. 6:45 to play in the first half. Front end of the 1-and-1, no good, and the Braves come up empty once again on offense. Down 11 to Augusta without their All-American who's on the bench with 2 fouls. And this has gone from not good to even worse for the Braves. 15 to shoot for the Jags. Across the middle of the lane, Williams with the extra pass, down low, the shot around the rim and in. Tamrick Fields got the kind roll. It's 22-9 Augusta. And let's see if Ben Miller calls a timeout just to get a word in with his team. Trying to get it to Watts. He's being denied. They bounce it over to Winford on the right wing. Down to 16 to shoot already. They haven't gotten it inside the arc on this trip. Now 13 to shoot. Bradley on the left wing. Now 10 to shoot. Whistle away from the ball. Williams got tangled up with Brandon Winford. Another foul on Augusta means free throws for Brandon Winford. But my goodness, the Braves still haven't gotten into double figures yet as a team. And we've played about almost 14 minutes. Brandon Winford at the line to shoot a 1-and-1.
Yeah, it's just unbelievable to me right now that their points and foul total is the same number.
9-9. Winford knocks in the first free throw, and that gives the Braves 10. They now have more points than fouls, but it took them a long time.
Yeah, it took a while, and honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets up there, if they go hand in hand with each other.
6:04 remaining. Second free throw also good. 6:04 remaining in the first half. It's 22-11. Augusta's All-American, Keyshawn Sherrill, picked up his second foul very early in this game. He's been on the bench most of the first half, and the Jags are just dominating this game right now. To the free throw line, Fields. Double team comes. He picks up his dribble, throws it up top. Here's Monroe getting to work, gets to the basket, missed the shot. Ball tipped back up in the air, and they'll call the loose ball foul against Tommy Williams. And this means another free throw shooting opportunity for the Braves. It's a loose ball foul, which means 1-and-1.
And I think if you're the Braves, you should be thankful that Sherrill's not in the game, because the way he's been playing this year and the way this game is going, I have no doubt that he would be eating them alive right now.
Sherrill's stat line looks like this: 24.4 points per game, which is second in the conference. He's also second in minutes played at 39 per game. He's also the best free throw shooter in the conference with 132 made free throws at a 90% clip. Free throw for Winford, up and in. Brandon Winford gives the Braves 12, and Winford now ties for the Braves lead in scoring with 5. 5:43 to go in the first half. It's 22-12. The Jaguars haven't really capitalized on the Braves playing with a lot of guys with 2 fouls. Winford gets the friendly roll on the second free throw, and it's back down to a 9-point game. 22-13, 5:40 to play in half number 1. Across the timeline, Bird throws it to the right side, Crump. On the left side, Monroe. Monroe, the skip pass, leaping. Crump makes the catch, ball tipped away. Wright gets the steal. Running one-on-one, Euro step towards the basket, offensive foul called. No doubt about that one, as the Augusta defender was set. So no basket there for Jihad Wright, his third personal.
Yeah, he's walking down the court complaining because he doesn't believe that should be a foul. And now he's playing here with 5 minutes left, and he has 3 fouls.
And the Braves coaching staff, perhaps surprised by the call, they leave him out there. 3 fouls on Jihad Wright, and he's still out there in the first half. Crazy choice by the Braves coaching staff. 3-pointer on the right wing. Bird rattles it in. Aaron Bird, freshman guard from Washington, D.C., makes it a 12-point lead for Augusta. 25-13. Under 5 to play now in the first half. Ball tipped away from Winford in front of the Augusta bench. Braves will get the throw in after the strong defense by Tamrick Fields. My goodness, UNCP. You've got to think they like their chances with Sherrill on the bench, but they just can't score. Watts, a step-back jump shot from 16, no good. Offensive rebound right. He's fouled, and that's the 10th team foul on the Jags. So 2 free throws coming up for Jihad Wright. Now both teams in the double bonus with 4:46 to go in the first half.
Yeah, this is crazy nonetheless.
It's kind of like, we heard you like free throws, so we're going to give you lots and lots of free throws. Except no one likes watching shooting this many.
Yeah.
No one likes watching teams shoot this many free throws. It's not entertaining basketball. But the ref's job is not to make an entertaining game. That's more on the players. The refs are there just keep it fair. Wright splits the pair, but gets his own rebound after missing the second. Lobs it back to Alex Bradley. No one boxed out the shooter there, and that's frustrating for the Augusta sideline. Pass goes back over to Jihad Wright on the left wing, bouncing it down low for Winford, splits a double team, lays it up, and 1. Brandon Winford. 2 defenders were there. None of them blocked it with the body. They just reached in, and and Winford says, thank you very much, I'll take 2 points.
Yeah, and I want to give props to that pass because that was a great entry pass.
So 4:33 to go. The foul called on number 11, Keith Crump, just his first. It's hard to believe that there are guys out there on the floor who hadn't picked up a foul yet, the way this game has been going. Winford can't convert the three-point play as he missed the free throw. It's still a 9-point Jags lead. Loose ball on the floor. Jags first ones two. They tip it back to a teammate near midcourt. Now they set up their offense. UNCP in a 2-3 zone. Pass to the left side. Crump back up top. Pass to the right side now. Monroe, right corner, three-point attempt. Ersic, back rim, no good. Offensive rebound, though, for Augusta. Kick out goes to the left wing. Crump, three ball, money. Great feed on the follow. Monroe followed up the missed shot, tapped it over to the teammate who knocked down a triple. 28-16, and Augusta not having problems scoring with their best player on the bench in foul trouble. Wright throws it to Bradley at the free throw line. Bradley ducks under, throws it to the right wing. Watts looking for the answer. Gets the friendly roll. That hit every part of the rim, and then it went in. Brandon Watts for three. He's got 8. The Braves' deficit is back down to 9. To the left side, Crump looking down low, has a man under the basket. Mounts has good defense. That shot blocked by Watts. Out of bounds. Augusta ball. And the Braves bench kind of fired up right now, and for good reason. Brandon Watts looking to take this one over. 3:36 to go in the first half. Jaguars leading 28-19 on the Braves Broadcast Network. Back in Pembroke, where the stats don't look great for the Braves, with 3:36 remaining in the first half. They trail Augusta 28-19. With Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Braves shooting 28% from the field. They've turned it over 9 times, and they're just 5 of 8 from the free throw line. Augusta 44% from the field, 4 of 6 from deep, but just 2 of 4 from the free throw line. Braves double team off the inbounds in the left corner, in trouble, falling out of bounds, trying to call the timeout, and they award it. Wow, Aaron Bird was double teamed there, tried to get rid of the basketball, realized he couldn't do it, and called for the timeout with his heel hovering over the out-of-bounds line, but his tiptoe was still in bounds, so they'll give the 30-second timeout to Augusta. We'll keep it here. Bryant, before the game, Ben Miller, the last little shoot around the Braves got, he said, guys, we're wearing the neon jerseys today, and that everyone was really excited because, they haven't worn these neon jerseys all year. Now, if you want to wear them again, go out there and play hard and play well. Right now, based on how they've played, I would have to guess that Ben Miller's not going to let his team wear the neon jerseys again.
No, probably not. I might have to retire these for the rest of the season and maybe next season also.
They're a little tough on the eyes, but not too bad. And I can understand why the guys would enjoy it as a mix-up and a way to, have something different. The Braves also have a gray alternate jersey that they wear on the road. That might actually be my favorite of all the Braves jerseys. Down to 5 to shoot. Augusta gets inside the arc, picks up the dribble, pass going to the left corner. Ersic, drive and dish, and that's a shot clock violation as Augusta treated that possession like they had a full 30 on the shot clock. They did not, and that's a turnover, the 5th turnover of the game by the Jags. So UNCP out there on offense, still looking for some answers. It's Murray Boyles, Bradley, Watts, Wright, and Carson Mounts. Jahad Wright playing with 3 fouls right now in the first half. Murray Boyles from the free throw line. In trouble, finds Bradley at the top of the key. Now Watts on the right wing, in trouble, gets rid of it. They get it back to Murray Boyles at the free throw line. Murray Boyles, double pump layup around the rim and out. Watts trying to get the tip in, still loose. It's finally controlled by Augusta. Here they come. No numbers for the Jags as Tyvez Moore gets rid of it. Throws it to the free throw line. Crump, free throw line jump shot, no good. Murray Boyles hauls in the board. Watts takes up the floor for the Braves to Bradley on the left side. Bradley with the righty dribble. Turns down a mount screen, throws it to the right side. Watts to the right wing, right. Now Watts gets the mount screen. Ball loose after the between the legs dribble. Watts gets it back, a nice crossover. He's fouled, going up towards the layup. And now things are getting a little chippy. There was a reach-in foul at the top of the key. Watts continued driving to the basket, got hit as he went up, lost his balance, and that's what he was objecting to, let's say.
Yeah, honestly, in that situation, yeah, Watts is mad because the foul after the foul wasn't necessary. But, I mean, if you don't want that, put the ball down after the ref blows the whistle.
Yeah, you weren't getting the continuation on that one, Mr. Watts. First free throw, nothing but net. And Brandon Watts can't really complain about his offense here today. He's got 9 of the Braves' 20 points. Augusta leading 28-20 with 2:23 remaining. Brandon Watts up over 25 points in 2 of his last 3 games. Really helped up his scoring average, but he missed the second free throw, so it's still just an 8-point Augusta lead. Braves now playing a 2-3 zone on defense. Pass to the right side. Monroe. Bounce pass up top. Bird to the left side with Keith Crump. Back up top to Bird. 14 to shoot for the Jags. To the right side, Monroe. Monroe holds at the waist, throws it up top. Crump driving down the right side of the lane. Double pump layup off the front of the rim. They'll call the blocking foul on Murray Boyles. And there was certainly not a lot of contact there. I don't know.
Nah, I didn't see too much. I think that's what we call great defense.
That's what you would say. Let's put it this way. If you called that on the playground, they would laugh and say, nuh-uh.
Yeah, take it right down the opposite way.
Yup. There's certainly been some fouls in this game that have been fouls. It's been an aggressive game as the first free throw knocked in by Monroe, knocked in by Keith Crump. I'm not suggesting that the playground rule of no blood, no foul be enforced here in this Peach Belt Conference showdown. The second free throw also good by Crump. Sub coming on for the Jags, Andrew Parker replacing Tamrick Fields. But do I agree with that last foul call? I do not. 30-20 is the Augusta lead. We've got 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Murray Boyles back over to Bradley as the Jags showing a little bit of a full court pressure look. They get it back over to Bradley on the left wing. Bradley takes it back towards midcourt and sets up the Braves offense. Right back to Bradley, over to Watts on the right side. Bradley up top, left side. Right, back up top to Bradley. Up fake, draws contact on the dribble drive, and that's a 2-shot foul. Alex Bradley knew exactly what was going to happen there. He's playing chess there with Keith Crump. He says, I know if I go with the up fake, I can get you off balance, I will run into you, and it's a foul on you.
Yeah, definitely. It was a major heads-up play by Bradley.
And when the Braves shooting about 25% from the floor, getting to the free throw line as often as possible is not a bad idea at all. Bradley misses the first free throw, though, and so the Braves can get to the free throw line all they want. You got to make them.
Yeah, the line means nothing if you don't make it. It's free points.
One more free throw coming up for Alex Bradley. UNCP trailing 30-20 with 1:37 remaining in the first half. Second free throw for Bradley is good. And Alex Bradley has his first point of the evening. Inbounds pass gets lobbed to Ursic, the freshman from Australia, who gets rid of it. Goes back over to Aaron Bird. And Bird dribble with his left hand. UNCP sitting back in that 2-3 zone. Pass to the right side, Foreman. Back up top to Bird. Bird working off a screen, doesn't do much with it. Pass to the left side, Monroe. Skip pass to the right wing now. And now they bounce it over to Ursic. Long 2 off the back rim and out. Murray Boyles with the rebound in traffic. Braves have numbers out in front if they want to run. Bradley scoops it over to Watts. Wide open. Right wing 3. Front rim and out. Murray Boyles got a piece of the rebound, but Augusta comes away with it. A nice crossover by Foreman to free some space. Now Augusta didn't have the numbers. They wait for everyone to run back on offense. 1 minute to go in the first half. Braves still down by 9. On the right side, Ursic. Step back, can't do anything with it. Down to 15 to shoot for the Jags. Foreman sizing up Watts. Gets to the free throw line. Kick out to Ursic. Right corner 3 ball. No good. High rebound up in the air. It's loose. Watts gets it. Up ahead, Murray Boyles streaking down the left sideline. Hopping towards the basket. Blocking foul called. And this one will go against Aaron Bird. Boy, Murray Boyles didn't really hide what he was going to do there. He looked like he was telegraphing the Euro step. Bird just couldn't step in and get his feet set in time.
Yeah, he was telegraphing it, but I honestly think it was a smart move because the way the officials have been calling a game, if he would have gone any faster, then it would have been a charge headed the other way.
So James Murray Boyles at the line for UNCP, an outstanding free throw shooter at 88%. And there's the broadcaster jinx as he misses off the back rim. Sub coming on for UNCP now as it's Mike Smith checking into the game, the rarely used junior, a community college transfer who's in his third school in as many years, replaces Jihad Wright for the final 39.6 seconds. Surprised they don't go with anyone else on the Braves bench right now, as Mike Smith's not a guy who travels with the team on road trips. You haven't seen any Giovanni Mack, who usually starts in this game. Neither free throw good for Murray Boyles. Now with just a 8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock, Augusta can hold for a very good shot. The Jaguars lead 30-21. Pass to the left side, Ersic. Up top to Bird. Bird holding right near midcourt with his left foot in the Bravehead logo at midcourt. Pass to the right side now. Backing it away is Monroe. He wants to go one-on-one against Watts. Crosses over. Three-point attempt with a hand in his face. Off the rim, no good. Foul away from the ball on the fight for the rebound. It's going against Augusta. And it'll be free throws for the Braves. Who drew the foul? It looks like it might be Mike Smith going to the free throw line.
Yeah,
Let's see who ends up being the one to take these free throws. Murray Boyles walking away. It's going to be Carson Mounts. There were a lot of bodies under the basket there. It's kind of pick somebody because there were just bodies all over bodies, and UNCP did a nice job. They had the box out. So Mounts shooting 2 shots, that nice high release because, he is 6'10". Hits the first free throw. 30-22 now, as Mounts on the board with his first point. He has one more. Carson Mounts, the freshman, 8 of 11 coming into tonight's game on the free throws. Misses the second, so it's an 8-point Augusta lead. 7 seconds left at the top of the key. Moore spins away, throws it up top. Here's Bird, 3-point attempt at the horn. Got it to go. Aaron Bird ends the first half on a high note for Augusta. They will take an 11-point lead into the locker room at halftime. And Ben Miller, well, we said the same thing at the end of the first half of the women's game. Maybe switching sides will help the Braves because they certainly did not shoot the ball well in that first half. We'll break down the first half as well as give you scores from around the conference and around the country at the UNCP Braves halftime report on the other side of this break. 33-22 is the Augusta lead. You're listening to UNCP Braves men's basketball. Halftime in Pembroke, and it was not a pretty first half of basketball. No matter how you slice it, no matter how you try to describe it, and we'll try to be as diplomatic as possible while discussing the first half performance by the Braves and also by the officials in our game, who you know they're trying hard. J.W. Lucas, Nelson Santiago, and Jonathan Wall, the officials in tonight's game. I'm Cameron Zonger, my broadcast partner, Bryant Reed. Braves trailing at halftime, 33-22. Now, the Braves, I'm not sure if this was goal number 1 in this game, but it had to be high up on their list of objectives. Get Keyshawn Sherrill in foul trouble. He's a 2-time All-American, second leading scorer in the conference, by far the best player on the Augusta University Jaguars. Get him in foul trouble, you think the Braves would be in good position. They did that. Sherrill, 2 fouls in the first half. He played just 5 minutes, and the Braves still find themselves facing an 11-point deficit.
Yeah, like you were saying, that was probably somewhere in their objectives to do, and they did it, and you think that it would have worked out perfectly, but Augusta is just finding a way to make it without him, and they're doing a pretty good job of it no matter how good or bad this game is going.
Bad is a word that you could use to describe the Braves' offensive performance. 9 turnovers in the first half. They shot just 26% from the field, and yet they had a rebounding advantage. They out-rebounded Augusta by a +1 margin, 22-21. And the Braves also committed 4 fewer fouls than the Jags. How about this? 26 combined fouls across the two teams in the first half. 15 by the Jags, 11 by the Braves. And if that continues in the second half, Brian, they might be asking you if you have any eligibility left.
Well, as much as I'd like to go down there, I think I'll stay up here with you.
It's a lot safer up here in the broadcast booth. Yeah. It's a very physical game. I mean, there's a reason there's a lot of fouls being called. Doesn't mean that there should have been that many fouls called, but it is a very physical game. Also, we're allowed to complain about the refs up here in the broadcast booth. I'm not sure how much we'd be able to do that out there on the floor where they can, hear us. But anyway, let's take a closer look at the halftime stats. Augusta, without the presence of their All-American, who Sherrill, he played, like we said, just 5 minutes, 2 points, 2 fouls. He was 1 of 1 from the field. He's a guy who averages 24.4 points per game on 43% shooting, and he's outstanding at the free throw line as well. The Braves made him a non-factor because of fouls. Everybody else for Augusta really stepping up as they got scoring from all over the place. For Augusta, their leading scorer is Aaron Bird. He's got 9 on 3 of 4 3-point shooting. Keith Crump added 7. Fields had 3, Williams with 5, Sherrill just the 2, Monroe knocked down a 3, and Ersick and Williams each had 2 for the 33 points for Augusta. They shot 40% from the field, 55.6% from deep, and just 4 of 6 from the line. For the Braves, they got to the free throw line 10 more times, but came away with only 4 more points from the foul line. UNCP 8 of 16 from the line, 2 of 6 from behind the arc, and 6 of 23 from the field. It's been home, not so sweet home for the Braves. This is not the first time this has happened to UNCP in a game this season, because they just really couldn't buy a basket there in the first half. Brandon Watts was stellar, as usual, in the first half, but they turned him into a volume scorer. 3 of 7 from the field, 9 points, 4 rebounds. Brandon Winford, 8 points and 3 rebounds. Other than those two, the rest of the Braves had 5 points. Cordenbrock 0 of 3 from the field. Bradley 0 of 4 from the field. Jahad Wright didn't take a shot. Chris Smith 0 of 1, and James Murray Boyles 1 of 4. That's it. That's the Braves scoring. Carson Mounts didn't take a field goal attempt, but he made a free throw. 26% from the field, 50% from the free throw line. 11 fouls committed in the first half. There's just not a lot of nice things to say about the Braves after a half like that.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean, somebody needs to be able to pick it up. Somebody needs to come out of the second half and say, you know what, I got this, put the team on their back, and step up defensively and offensively. In the locker room, I'm sure the coach is telling them, hey, come on, we need to go out here strong. We got the starter out of the game and Cyril. But, I mean, we need to capitalize. We need to finish. We need to put some points on the board.
This game's starting to look a lot like the first matchup between these two teams. The Jags defeated UNCP 73-72 back on January 2nd. UNCP trailed by as many as 26 before coming back to tie the game down the home stretch and ultimately falling short at the buzzer. But they're trailing by 13 here at halftime, or they're trailing by 11 here at halftime. They trailed by as many as 13, and they haven't led in the game. So that's a problem for the Braves. A problem also for UNCP. Jihad Wright, the main guy they were using to guard Sherrill, has 3 fouls. He played through it, but didn't get in the scoring column as they told Jihad Wright to focus on playing defense here today, and he's done a pretty good job of it. Another interesting note, Jihad Wright started here today. We haven't seen Giovanni Mack in this game yet. Receiving word that it's for disciplinary reasons. It's not an injury, as he is suited up and ready to go.
That's actually very surprising to me because, he's been playing a lot this whole season, especially since Kwame Rose got hurt. And personally, I'd feel that the transfer from Texas Southern would be in this game and a lot more noticeable than what he has been. And he hasn't gotten any playtime. And the Braves are back on the court, and he's not even on the court warming up.
I don't see him out there. Yeah. So that's interesting. We'll let you know if we hear anything else or see anything else in that development. But no Giovanni Mack today for the Braves, and they certainly could use him as he would match up pretty nicely size-wise with Keyshawn Sherrill. But the Braves going without him right now, and they're down by 11 at halftime, 33-22. Let's get you updated on some scores from around the Peach Belt Conference. Women's action on the Peach Belt side has pretty much every game in the books in Peach Belt Conference women's action. All 14 teams playing here tonight in the Peach Belt Conference, is everybody playing a doubleheader. So 7 women's games and 7 men's games. Final score at Aiken at the Convocation Center, where Armstrong picking up a 63-51 win over the Pacers. At Georgia College, the home team holding on to defeat Young Harris 70-56 on the strength of a very good second half. It was tied at halftime there in Milledgeville, and Georgia College runs away with it in the second half to win by 14. Lander came from way behind to defeat Francis Marion and held off a very late Francis Marion surge. 94-88 is the final score there. Lander improves to 8-3, defeating Francis Marion and forcing the Patriots to drop to 7-4. The women's game here in Pembroke, if you were listening, we appreciate it. Augusta just did hold off the Braves 56-52. The upset that we had our eye on was Clayton State, Georgia Southwestern. Let's see if we can get that one loaded. It's a little bit slow to load here on the Peach Belt Conference page. And that appears to have gone final. Georgia Southwestern hands Clayton State their first loss in conference play in fairly convincing fashion, 71-59. So Georgia Southwestern now 3-8 on the season. Clayton State now 10-1. That is the upset of the year in Peach Belt Conference women's basketball for you right there. And the other final score in women's conference action, Columbus State 83, Flagler 57. No surprise there. Doesn't look like we can give you men's scores right now. We'll try to... Actually, we're running out of time, so we won't be able to do that for you here on the UNCP Braves halftime report. Second half coming up in just a moment. UNCP trailing against Augusta at the break, 33-22, and we'll be right back. Second half about to begin in Pembroke. With my broadcast partner Brian Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Augusta, the Jags, leading UNCP 33-22. And the Braves break the huddle with their starting 5 out there on the floor. Watts, Winford, Cordenbrock, Bradley, and Jihad Wright. They get it into Sherrill. Left elbow jump shot on the follow-away, no good. And the rebound controlled by Bradley. Here come the Braves. Bradley wants to run. 3-on-3. They get it to Watts on the left wing. Hesitation dribble. Steps inside. Scoots right to the basket. Scoops it in with the right hand. Brandon Watts into double figures. He's the first player with more than 10. And he's got 11 of the Braves' 24. 30 seconds off the second half game clock. Braves have cut the deficit to 9. Long 2 off the front rim and out as Dean Williams couldn't connect. Bradley running once again after the rebound. Hesitation move. Going up and under. Can't get the shot off. And around to Watts. Now Watts to the right side. Blows right past Sherrill. Leaps in the air. Throws it to Winford on the right side. 15 to shoot for the Braves. To the left side it goes. Jihad Wright holding at his waist. Gets it down low to Cordenbrock. Cordenbrock spins toward the middle. Lays it in with the defender all over him. No whistle. Tyler Cordenbrock for 2. The Braves showing life. They're scoring on offense. Where was this for the first 20 minutes of this game? 33-26 now, the deficit. On the right wing, it's Sherrill. Throws it up top. Held by Williams above his head. Winford just staying put on defense. Down low. Nice position for Fields. He puts up the jump shot and gets it to fall. Cordenbrock was beat there on that initial move. And they'll get the first 2 points of the second half for Augusta. Watts, pass to the right side, Bradley. Cordenbrock comes out, sets the screen. Bradley to the top of the key with his left hand, looking for Cordenbrock, gets it to him, double pump on the layup, it's good. Tyler Cordenbrock again. Tommy Williams came sailing in, ready for the block, and Cordenbrock went right around him.
That was a great pass by Alex Bradley.
35-28 now, 18-15 remaining in the second half. Sherrill handing off. On the right side, Crump. To the left wing it goes with Monroe. Monroe with Watts right in front of him, and he'll back it back out. Getting the signal from his coach just inches behind him in the low block. Going against Cordenbrock, the righty hook no good. Cordenbrock with the defense and the rebound. Got the stop on the field shot. Here comes Wright on the right side. Over to Bradley in front of the Braves bench, calling for the Cordenbrock screen. He uses it, dribbling with the left hand. Cordenbrock is open on the right side. Up fake, driving right baseline. Tough angle on the shot. It's good. Tyler Cordenbrock again. Look who's feeling it now. Cordenbrock with 6 points. It's a 5-point deficit. 35-30. Sherrill across the timeline, right guarding him. 17.5 minutes to play in this one. Braves on the comeback trail. Crump, the pass up top for Fields. Back over to Crump, gets the screen, it's a moving one. Offensive foul called on Tamrick Fields. It'll be the first one on the Jaguars here in the second half. A first half that saw the Jags commit 15 personal fouls. They somehow don't have anybody with 3 personal until that foul. That's good coaching and keeping your guys out of harm's way in terms of picking up that third foul once they pick up 2. It's right on the right wing. They get it to Cordenbrock. He's got the hot hand. Spins right hand, going baseline. Missed the shot. Tipped up in the air. Rebound is loose. It's still out and available. There's a foul on the loose ball. It's on Cordenbrock. It's his third.
Yeah, that was a good hustle play.
This crowd was ready to go nuts if he had made that shot, but the double team came and he felt it.
Yeah, I think Jihad Wright actually missed that pass on a slip screen.
Bradley went to the Braves bench. He was shaken up or something, and so they were playing 5-on-4. 3-point attempt, no good. Rebound tipped back out to Augusta. Bradley sprints back and rejoins the play under the basket. Winford with the block. He turns away the Keith Crump attempt. Now Bradley calling a timeout. I'm not sure what happened there. Ben Miller was not happy that play was allowed to continue with Bradley over there apparently receiving medical attention. This called timeout is the first timeout of the second half, so we will take it with them. 16:46 remaining in the second half. Braves have cut the deficit down. They trail 35-30 on the Braves Broadcast Network. Out of the timeout, Brandon Watts driving right to the basket, draws a foul, lays it in, and he'll go to the line to try to complete a three-point play. Brandon Watts doing it all for the Braves on offense right now. The foul called on number 11, Keith Crump, his third personal, and it'll be Brandon Watts trying to cut this lead back down under 3 points. It's 35-32 right now, and Watts leading all scorers with 13 points. 16:36 to go in the second half. And Watts at the free throw line, short arms the free throw, can't get it to go, so it's still a 3-point Jags lead. Up the left sideline goes Keyshawn Sherrill. He'll be picked up by Jihad right defensively for the Braves. UNCP wearing their neon highlighter yellow uniforms. Augusta wearing a more traditional navy blue. On the right wing, Monroe gets rid of it, finds Williams up near midcourt, back over to Monroe. Monroe, the jab step, now he crosses over. Just inside the arc, a long two, rattles out. Cordenbrock tips the rebound over to Winford, hands it off. Bradley running down the middle of the floor. High dribble, gets rid of it. Wright sailing in, blocking foul and one. Jihad Wright with the hoop and the harm. They'll call the foul on Monroe, his second, team's fourth. And now Jihad Wright can tie this game with the free throw.
Yeah, the Braves have just come storming back this second half, and everything's working for them now. And that foul, I think Monroe was actually in the restricted area, which is why it was called a block. But, hey, Braves don't care.
Free throw no good. Wright gets his own rebound, lays it in. The Braves take the lead, 36-35. They open the second half on a 14-2 run. Sherrill down the left sideline with Bradley trailing him. Free throw line, jump shot off the back rim and out. Rebound Winford. He hands it to Bradley. Bradley running down the middle of the floor. Bradley to the free throw line. Jump shot. Short. No good. Defensive rebound by Ersic. Ersic gets rid of it. And they'll get it to Sherrill. And everybody will get set. And we'll play a half-court offensive set here for Augusta. 20 to shoot for the Jags. 15 and a half minutes to play in the second half. Down low, Cordenbrock with the tight defense under the basket, forced the miss on the reverse attempt by Tommy Williams. Watts with the board. He's taking himself, no numbers for the Braves. Crosses over into traffic. He's fouled as he went up for the shot. Will they actually give him the active shooting or not? That remains to be seen. And the Braves bench all fired up as we go to the under 16 media timeout. UNCP has taken the lead in this game. They lead 36-35, and we'll be right back. Back in Pembroke, what a comeback it's been for UNCP. They opened the second half on a 14-2 run against Augusta. And they have the lead now. 15-16 remaining. Brandon Watts at the free throw line, shooting two for the Braves. With Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Songer as Watts knocks down the free throw. The Braves had missed their first two free throws of the second half, but finally get one to go. One more on the way for Watts, and he can't get it to go this time. UNCP shot just 50% from the line in the first half, 8 of 16. So it's a 2-point UNCP lead. A foul away from the ball as Watts got tangled up with Tyvez Monroe, and they'll call the foul on Watts. It'll be the second one on him, the second on the Braves as a team here in the second half. The Jags have already committed 4 fouls here in the second half, and we haven't even played 5 full minutes. And it's looking like a repeat performance of that first half where they committed 15 fouls in the first 20 minutes of the game. Trouble with the inbounds. They finally do get it into Ersic. Ersic now guarded by Watts on the left wing. Up top, the pass goes to Williams. Back over to Ersic on the left side in front of the Augusta bench. Fires a pass up top. Here's Sherrill, their All-American. Quick touch as he gets rid of it over to Bird on the right side. Now Williams. Back up top, Sherrill coming off the screen, going to the basket. Cordenbrock swats it away. Back to Augusta, though. Driving inside. Ursich with the shot. Cordenbrock goaltended it. No doubt about that one. Crowd was ready to go nuts. Cordenbrock, I'm not sure that shot was going to go in. Ben Miller's not happy with the call. That one was obviously on the way down. And has the crowd riled up, though, and that might be all he was trying to do with it.
Yeah, I think Cordenbrock got a little excited himself there. He saw an opportunity and he took it.
So the game now tied at 37, 14 and a half minutes to play in the second half. Bradley swings it over to the right side to Jihad Wright, back over to Bradley, quickly over to Watts. Watts sees the defense collapse on him, goes over to Wright on the skip pass, back up top to Bradley. Up fake on a deep three, and he traveled. Got Sherrill up in the air, couldn't decide whether to jump into him or go around him, and that's traveling.
Yeah, and Bradley is actually liable to pull from about 5 feet behind the line. He has that range and he has that confidence.
He's got in the gym kind of range, or at least he has that much confidence in his range. Now, Jihad Wright goes to the bench. Remember, he picked up 3 fouls in the first half and ended up playing a lot. Now Bradley will be tasked with guarding Sherrill. On the right side, Augusta looking for a response right now after they got hit in the mouth to start the second half. Good defense. They finally do get it to Sherrill, but with just 14 to shoot now on the left wing. It goes. Here's Ursich. Looking down low. They bounce it down low to Williams. Down to 8 to shoot. Up top, Bird, a nice up fake. Tries the lane, swatted by Cordenbrock. Murray Boyles the rebound. Murray Boyles had just checked in for Jihad Wright. Murray Boyles taking it himself, breaks the timeline. Going coast to coast, picks up his dribble. He's fouled as he tried to pass it off. Boy,
yeah.
He started to run out of gas there as he went down the other end of the floor. I'm not sure if he just got confused, was waiting for something to open up. He looked like, I hate to say this, but he looked like a lineman in football when you recover a fumble and running 80 yards down the field, and he starts to slow down. Quick bounce pass into Winford, missed the bunny, and the ball gets stuck on the side of the rim. It's a jump ball. Possession arrow favors the Braves.
Yeah, Murray Boyles, he tried his best to be a guard on that one, and he tried to make something happen and then got stuck down by the baseline.
It was the fact was that the defense was there. It wasn't that he suddenly got tired. He's in better conditioning than that, and he just checked into the game as well. But it's just what it looked like. It looked kind of funny. Bradley to trigger. Braves have a fresh 30 to shoot. They get it into Murray Boyles near midcourt, who decides not to be a guard this time. Hands it off to Watts. Now over to Murray Boyles on the right wing. Double team comes. Gets it to Watts up top. Over to Bradley to his left. Back up top to Watts. Watts with a couple dribbles, draws the defense, kicks out Murray Boyles. They find Cordenbrock down low. Double team comes. Bradley, left wing 3 on the catch. Back rim, no good. High rebound. Winford corrals. He's double teamed, throws it back over to Bradley. He tries another 3 ball. Can't get this one either. Defensive rebound for Williams. And here come the Jags. Down the right wing, it's Bird. Back up top, Sherrill looking for a cutter. No one there. To the left side, Ursich looking down low. Connects with Williams. And Cordenbrock gambled. The layup good and one. Towels waving on the Augusta bench. They're fired up, and this has turned into a very fun, emotional game.
Yeah, definitely, and I'd just like to point out that Winford possibly avoided getting posterized on that one because he's stronger, and he might have been on somebody's highlight tape.
As it was the foul on Murray Boyles, his second, team's third on the Braves. Remember, Augusta has 5 team fouls now. And that could be a big factor down the home stretch. Free throw good for Williams. He converts the 3-point play. It's 40-37 Jaguars, 13:07 remaining in the second half. Bradley walking it up as Augusta showing a 2-3 zone defensively. Bounce pass over to Watts on the far wing. Throws it between his legs a couple times. Waits for a screen, doesn't really use it. Looking down low, they get it to Cordenbrock. Back up top to Watts. 3 ball from straight away for the tie. Count it. Brandon Watts for 3. He's got 17. We're all even at 40.
It's showtime. I like to call him Agent Zero.
He's got that swagger going here tonight. 12 and a half minutes to play in this one. To the left wing, it's Monroe. Nice crossover move. Step back jump shot. Can't finish the play. Rebound. Murray Boyles tipped it away from Watts. And Augusta will get another chance.
That was a great move. Almost had Murray Boyles on his back. But luckily, they didn't come up with the 2 points. And although it is Augusta's ball, it gives the Braves a chance to set up and kind of run through their defense, make sure they've all got all their checks and everybody's covered.
Brandon Winford going to the bench. Jihad Wright right back into the game for the Braves. They're out there with Cordenbrock, Murray Boyles, Wright, Bradley, and Watts playing a 2-3 zone on defense. Bradley, the pass now goes to the right side. Skip pass to the left wing. Here's Monroe holding. UNCP transitions to a 1-3-1 zone. Free throw line jump shot off the step back. Williams can't get it to go. Murray Boyles gets his hands on the rebound. It's still being batted around. Offensive rebound for Augusta to the right wing. Sherrill for three and the lead. Not this time offensive rebound, but they'll call the foul as Tommy Williams pushed off. Will go the other way.
I'm telling you, the Braves are loving this with Sherrill because he is just off right now.
He's just out of rhythm. I mean, he played only 5 minutes in the first half, a guy who's used to playing pretty much the whole game. He averages 39 minutes a game. Regulation game is only 40 minutes. Yeah. He's a guy who averages 24 points a game. Braves have held him to just 2 points so far. Right, the pass to the right side. Watts, a deep three. It's good. Holy cow, Brandon Watts.
That was about 5 feet behind the line, and that was nothing but the bottom of the net.
That's one of those, no, okay,
yeah,
kind of shots. 43-40, the Braves have the lead. 11 and a half minutes to play in this one. Up top, Williams holding for the Jags. He gets rid of it. Bird off a screen, three-point attempt. Monroe for the answer. Back rim, no good. Cordenbrock gets his hands on the board. It's still loose. Wright shovels it over to Watts as Wright goes to the floor. It's tipped away from Watts in transition. Here comes Monroe. He backs it off. Hands it off for Bird. Augusta with another chance. Over to Sherrill near midcourt. Bradley will come over and guard him. 11-13 to play, 20 on the shot clock for Augusta. They're down by 3. Ball tipped away, good defense by Watts as Monroe has to go back to midcourt to track it down. Driving down the middle of the lane, Cordenbrock with a big block. They'll call the blocking foul on Brandon Watts in the process of the shot. Not a lot of contact there. Watts just smiling. That's his third personal.
Yeah.
And it's bad news for the Braves if Watts picks up another one quickly. But the Braves have all the momentum right now as we go to a timeout on the floor. 11:04 remaining. 43-40 is the Braves lead. Don't touch your radio dial. This is UNCP Braves basketball. So here we go. This has suddenly turned into a fun game. The Braves crowd has come to life. They trailed by as many as 13 in the first half. They trailed by 11 at halftime, and then they immediately closed that gap to start the second half. UNCP now leads 43-40, 11:04 remaining in the ball game. With Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Songer on the Braves Broadcast Network. Augusta at the line shooting 2. It's Tyvez Monroe, and the first free throw, nothing but net.
And you mentioned earlier something about the highlighted uniforms. If they want to play in them again, got to come out strong. I think they've made up their mind.
They've certainly turned things around. Second free throw also good for Monroe as he drains both. He will go to the bench, replaced by Keith Crump. Both of those guys were in the starting lineup, and Augusta head coach Dip Mistras keeping things moving for his team. 43-42 is the Braves lead, under 11 to play. Bradley across midcourt, pass over to Watts. Gets the handoff from Wright, back over to the hot hand Brandon Watts. Looking for a cutting Jihad Wright. Bad pass, stolen by Augusta. Sherrill in transition, going up, double pump. Blocked by Watts, it's clean. Rebound, tip in, no good. They get it ahead to Bradley. Now Jihad Wright in front of the pack. Wright with the layup, it's good. What a defensive play by Brandon Watts to set it all up. 45-42, Braves lead.
Great transition from the defense by the Braves.
And huge for Watts as he avoided picking up that fourth foul. He leads all scorers with 20. And the All-American Sherrill held to just 2 points so far. They lob it down low. They get it to Fields. Stripped by Bradley. Braves get the steal. Wright taps it over to Watts. Braves have numbers. Watts taking it himself. Euro stepping towards the basket. Over the defense. Tipped in by Cordenbrock. And no, they wave it off because Murray Boyles had his hand in the rim. Oh, that's a freshman mistake. That is the definition of a freshman mistake.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say about that one. Looked like the ball was in the rim to me when he touched it. But, hey,
well,
that's
what the violation is for. The ball would have had to have already gone in.
Oh,
and
true.
he would have had his hands in the rim. So no basket. Wave it off as the Braves lead still at 3. Switching out big men sets now. Now it's Mounts and Winford instead of Corden, Brock, and Murray Boyles. They play a mix and match with their big men. Long shot. It's way too strong as Fields just inside the arc. Air balls a two-pointer. Braves back on offense. Bradley spinning. Free throw line. Gets it over to Mounts. Nice up fake. Gets his man in the air. Righty sky hook. It's good. Carson Mounts for 2. 47-42 Braves.
This gym is just so live right now. It's so exciting. This is a game I'd love to be at.
This is home court advantage working for the Braves, acting like the 6th man out there. On the right wing, Williams. Pass up top for Bird. Hands it off for Crump. Crump finds an open teammate on the left block, and he traveled. Tamrick Fields took too many steps, and that just further riles up this crowd. I believe he was also the one who airballed the previous shot from a similar spot. He's, about 12 feet from the basket, left corner, and just couldn't really make anything happen. So the Braves, an opportunity to just add on to this lead. It's 47-42 with 9:12 to play in this one. Watts on the right wing. Watts hops through the defense, tried to bank it in. He was fouled. There'll be 2 shots coming up for Brandon Watts on the 7th team foul against the Jags.
Yeah, and the thing to me is, even with this run, even with the crowd, Augusta to me still seems like they're poised, they're calm, they're not too worried. They might make mistakes, but it seems like they're not too worried about it, which I think personally is key if they want to keep their head and want to be able to stay in this game right now.
Free throw good for Watts. Fairly rare make today from the free throw line for the Braves. As a team, they're now 10 of 21 from the free throw line. That foul called on Keith Crump, his 4th, so he'll go to the bench. Watts' second free throw also good. Braves now at 50% from the free throw line as a team. 49-42, 9:05 remaining. Brandon Watts with 22 points. Sherrill with Jihad Wright guarding him. Gets around the corner, goes up with a tough reverse layup. It's no good. He's hit hard. They'll call the foul. Let's see who they call it on. Oh,
I think it's on Jihad Wright.
Yeah, I believe it's on Jihad Wright. He was the one who was guarding him. I thought at first they were holding up 0 for Brandon Watts. It's the 4th personal on Jihad Wright, so either way, it's not good news. Murray Boyles heading over to the scorer's table, and Sherrill to the free throw line, which you could almost just give him the 2 points and walk back the other way because he's just that good as a free throw shooter. 132 made free throws on the season, leads the Peach Belt Conference. He also leads the Peach Belt Conference in free throw percentage at 90%. So here he is for the first of 2 shots. That one doesn't hit the rim on the way down. It just barely even grazes the net, just straight down. That is a very, very nice-looking free throw for Sherrill. 49-43 the Braves lead, 8:58 remaining in the ball game. One more free throw on the way for the 2-time All-American, who has just 3 points here tonight. Second free throw, nothing but net. And it's a 5-point Braves lead. Inbounds pass goes to Bradley. Remember, the Braves trailed by 11 to start the second half, and they've turned it around completely the other way. All momentum on their side right now. Can they keep rolling? Up top, Murray Boyles. Back over to Bradley on the right side. Winford on the right side of the lane. He's pushed to the floor. They'll call the foul on, I'm not sure if that's number 24 Williams or number 13 Monroe. They were both all over Brandon Winford, and it's a 1-on-1 situation. The foul called on number 13, Tyvez Monroe, the freshman, called for his 3rd.
And I'm telling you, this is bad news for Augusta because it's a 1-on-1 situation with 8:43 left to go, and what are you going to do down the stretch? You can't foul. That's just more points.
Well, the way the Braves have been shooting free throws, I would almost argue you want to foul. The Braves just now getting up over 50% on that first make by Winford. They're now 12 of 23 at the line as a team. And if this ends up being a close game, Ben Miller will tell his team about that. Second free throw, no good, so 50% continues to be the pace for the Braves at the free throw line. But their lead up to 6. Bradley guarding Sherrill at the top of the key. Pass over to Williams. At the top of the key, he bounces it once, throws it to the left side, Monroe. Monroe takes it to the top. And now Bird on the left wing. Looking down low, they get it to Williams. He faces up, going one-on-one against Mounts. Gets to the basket, lays it home. Tommy Williams, just too quick for Carson Mounts there. 8:20 remaining. The UNCP lead is 50-46. Bradley selling something to Brandon Watts on the other side of the court. Gives it over to Murray Boyles as there's a couple screens away from the ball. Winford at the top of the key, over to Watts. Looking down low for Murray Boyles, pass tipped away, stolen by Augusta, but the foot was on the baseline there. They wanted the steal, and Tyvez Monroe just inches away from converting it. Shot clock does not reset. The Braves will have 13 to shoot, 8:03 remaining in the second half, and the Braves up 4. Watts to trigger. He's out there with Mounts, Winford, Murray Boyles, and Bradley. Bradley teeing up a deep three. Got it! Alex Bradley from way downtown.
What was that you were saying about the in the gym range?
He thinks he has in the gym range. Under 8 to play. The UNCP lead is 7. Winford guarding on the perimeter. He gets called for the blocking foul there. That's a little bit questionable. Williams might have gotten away with a little bit of a push-off there on the opposite hand. As it is, it's the 3rd personal on Winford, 7th team foul. So the Jags will be shooting free throws when we come back. But the momentum in this gym, don't get it wrong, it's all black and gold right now. UNCP up 53-46. .747 remaining in the second half. UNCP trailed by as many as 13 earlier in this game. They lead by 7 right now against the Augusta University Jaguars. With Bryant Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. Augusta with the ball. Some nice passing against the UNCP zone in traffic. Shot no good. Mounts with the rebound. Good defense by Winford to force the miss. Bradley on the right wing. Crosses over, gets inside the arc, a long 2, around the rim and out. Winford got a piece of that rebound. Murray Boyles controls. UNCP throws it back over to Watson. UNCP now in no hurry on offense. Braves wearing their highlighter yellow uniforms, taking on Augusta wearing navy blue. Murray Boyles down the lane, up with the tough layup, no good. Winford the offensive rebound, backs it back out, hands it over to Bradley. 3rd chance opportunity coming up for the Braves on this trip. Bradley with the tight defense on him by Bird, throws it over to the right side where it's held by Brandon Watts. Watts throws it up top for Mounts, fakes the pass to his left, goes back over to Watts. Pass tipped away, and it's loose. Augusta gets it. In transition, Bird, kick out to the left wing. Sherrill, a big 3, he got it. He shunned Sherrill. That might silence the crowd a little bit. It's down to a 4-point game. You do not want to let him get going, of all people. He shunned Sherrill. Just 7 points for the All-American who averages 24. Right wing, Bradley. Foul away from the ball. Let's see who this is on. I think it's on Augusta, so the Braves will be shooting free throws. It's on number 5, Tommy Williams. That'll be his 4th. So James Murray Boyles to the free throw line. Usually good news for the Braves. 88% free throw shooter on the season before tonight's game. He's 0 for 2 from the stripe here tonight. 1-and-1 opportunity right now for the freshman Murray Boyles, as Williams will go to the bench for Augusta, replaced by Tamrick Fields. We'll play with 3 fouls. Augusta as a team, 24 fouls across the 2 halves now. Murray Boyles gathers for the front end of the 1-and-1, off the back rim and out. No Braves giving chase for that rebound. So an empty possession for the black and gold. Sherrill across midcourt, 6:20 to play. On the right wing, Monroe holding for the Jags with Murray Boyles guarding him. Jab step back 3 on its way, counted. Wow, Tyvez Monroe, the freshman with the other freshman hand in his face, and we're back down to a 1-point game.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh is right. That's not the kind of shot you want to see your opponent making. Pass to the right side, Watts with Sherrill guarding him. Watts going to work, backing down, fall away, jump shot around the rim and out. Rebound bouncing around. Jags rebound. Winford couldn't stick a fork in it. They get it to Sherrill. Sherrill down the left side of the court to the middle of the floor now. Bounces it over to the left wing, Monroe. Up top, here's Fields. Thought about the 3. Mount's giving him lots of space. They get it back over to Monroe. Now Sherrill, one-on-one against Watts. Driving with the left hand, a great first step. Blocked from behind by Watts. Watts grabs the rebound too. Gets it to Bradley, up the far wing. Bradley looking for somebody, crosses over. Bradley into the lane, steps, fall away shot, no good. Mount tips the rebound. Winford's got to be careful, and he gives the foul. Saw that one coming from a mile away. The Braves just a little too aggressive on the rebound. Will go the other way. Augusta will shoot free throws. They can take the lead on this trip.
Yeah, and if you're Alex Bradley, that's a floater you got to finish. Wide open. He makes the defender keep going after your stops. And that's about a 5-footer you just got to hit.
So at the line, Aaron Bird, the fourth personal foul on Brandon Winford. Means they will sub him out. Braves will go with Cordenbrock, Murray Boyles, Watts, Wright, and Bradley. 1-1 here for Aaron Bird, the freshman. Converts on the first free throw. And boy, we said it earlier, as this game now tied. If this game gets close, free throws, free throws, free throws.
Yep. Every day in practice.
Braves
Coaches
have missed
preach it.
so many free throws in this game, shooting below 50% from the line in this game. Second free throw, rattles home. It's a 54-53 lead for Augusta. Bradley will walk it up for the Braves. 5:15 to go. Bradley across the timeline, pass to the right side. Jahad Wright gets the handoff right back. Holding at his waist, Bradley gets a Cordenbrock screen. Turns the corner, gets to the free throw line. Floater on its way. Bradley can't get the kind roll. Cordenbrock tipped the rebound to open space. Augusta there for the board. Alex Bradley suddenly gone cold from the field. Left wing, it's Monroe up top. Williams driving against Murray Boyles. Might have pushed off a little bit, gets the layup to fall. Now it's a 3-point Jags lead. And this is much more like the first half we saw. Watts across midcourt, looks to the sideline. No timeout call, so the Braves will play on. Watts picks up his dribble, goes over to Wright on the right side. Up top to Cordenbrock now to pass. Cordenbrock swings it over to Watts. Watts holding above his head. Throws it over to Bradley. Bradley with 10 to shoot for the Braves. Hand off to Wright on the right wing, gets a Cordenbrock screen. 5 to shoot. Bradley in front of the Braves bench, got to go. 4, step back, leans into a deep 3, tried to bank it home, no good. Wright the offensive rebound in traffic, can't get the layup to fall. It's still loose. Who touched it? Jahad Wright was stepping on the baseline and bounced off his body. Oh no, the Braves have gone cold from the field again. And Augusta, suddenly they have the hot hand. What a fun game this has been though, Bryant.
Yeah, it's been a really great game. And wow.
Inbounds pass, they couldn't keep it in. Jahad Wright tripped and fell. They tried to get it into Aaron Bird, and it trickles out of bounds.
Yeah, it's a unfortunate turn of events, to say the least.
For Augusta, just awkward. Just an awkward turnover. Yeah. Not even a bad turnover, just awkward. Just their 9th turnover. The Braves have turned it over 13 times. Here's those free throw shooting numbers. Augusta, 11 of 13. UNCP, 12 of 25. The officials talking over whether or not that was tipped by anyone, and they will say it actually was. So it will go out of bounds from the sidelines, out of the baseline, out of bounds. UNCP checked Winford back in the game. They've got their starters out there. Wright, Bradley, Watts, Cordenbrock, and Winford. 30 to shoot for UNCP. They trail by 3, 4:15 to go in the ball game. Winford on the far side, passes it up top for Wright, swings it to his left. Bradley looking down low for Winford. They get it to him. Cordenbrock calling for it. He's right under the basket, lays it home. Double team came. Winford was aware, got rid of it, 2 points. 56-55, under 4 to play. Sherrill, the bounce pass to the right side. Williams looking back up top, gets it to Bird. Jahad Wright all over him, can't pick up another foul because he's got 4. Looking down low, Cordenbrock gambled, lost. Shot missed on the floater by Fields. Braves with the defensive rebound. Bradley down the middle of the floor, has a defender behind him, he's aware of it. Picks up his dribble, goes over to Watts on the left wing. 20 to shoot for UNCP. Watts sizing up his defender, Bird. Now Watts backing it up. Bradley also coming up to call for the ball. Going to the opposite side, bounces it over to Wright. They hand it back over to Watts. Cordenbrock comes out, sets the screen. 10 to shoot. Watts with the left hand to the free throw line, to the paint. Lays it up, in. Oh no, it was almost in. He missed the layup. I thought it was down. It was halfway down.
Yeah, rolled around the rim, only to just not go in.
Foul was called, so when we come back, 2 shots for Brandon Watts in a 1-point game with 3:20 left. This is UNCP Braves basketball. You'd better not miss the finish to this one. Organization night in Pembroke, coaches versus cancer night in Pembroke, and highlighter jerseys for the men's basketball team trying to ride the home crowd to a close victory against Augusta. The Jags leading 56-55, 3:20 to go as we come back from the under 4 media timeout. Brandon Watts at the line shooting 2. Lines up the first free throw and knocks it in, and we're tied at 56. With Ryan Reed, I'm Cameron Songer. Thank you so much for joining us on the Braves Broadcast Network. The Braves really struggled at the free throw line here in this one. They're 13 of 26. Second free throw knocked in for Brandon Watts, and UNCP takes the lead. 57-56. Braves picking up full court defensively. Wright and Winford both in the game with 4 fouls each. And for Augusta, they have one guy out there with 4 fouls. It's number 5, Tommy Williams. Sherrill bounces it to his left. Monroe looking for a back cutter. Finds Sherrill, lays it in as he slaps the backboard with his right hand. Jags take the lead, 58-57, 3:04 to play. This one's coming right down to the wire, and it wasn't looking like that for much of the first half, and the Braves trailed by as many as 13. Cordenbrock sets the screen for Watts, gets inside, leaves it for Winford, lost the ball. Wright is fouled as he was there to back up Winford on the catch. Jihad Wright will go to the free throw line to shoot 2. They'll call the foul on Aaron Bird, his 4th, and the double bonus situation in effect.
Yeah, and I'm telling you right now, if you're the Braves, then you got to knock down free throws. Now you're down 1, 2:52 left. These are the clutch moments. This is what players live for.
That free throw way short, barely draws iron on the Wright free throw attempt. He'll have one more, hoping to tie the game. Jihad Wright, a 67% free throw shooter on the season. This UNCP team, 72% as a team this season. Second free throw good for Wright. We're tied up at 58. But today they're shooting just 50%, and it could cost them. Bird walking it up with Bradley guarding him. We're under 3 minutes to play in this one. Lumbee Guaranty Bank Court is rocking tonight. Keyshawn Sherrill, All-American, guarded by Jihad Wright. At the top of the key, steps into a 3-ball, straight away, short, no good. Winford with the defensive contest, grabs the rebound. He's pushed from behind by Bird. That's number 4 on him. Aaron Bird, a freshman guard from Washington, D.C., has picked up 2 fouls in the last 15 seconds of game time. He's come off the bench and made a solid impact today for Augusta. He has 11 points. And that actually leads the Jags in scoring.
Yeah, he's had a nice, solid game, but now, 4 fouls?
4 fouls on him.
Yeah, and they're going to need him down the stretch if they want to have a chance at winning this game.
Now they're taking him out after the first, or before the first shot. That actually leads me to believe that should be his 5th, and that the scoreboard was wrong. And yeah, I think that's actually what's happened. They never updated. So he's fouled out. Aaron Bird, the Augusta leading scorer here tonight, is fouled out of the game. He finishes with 11 points. Brandon Winford, first free throw around the rim and out. Another missed free throw for the Braves. They're back under 50% as a team. One more free throw for Winford. This for the lead. The Braves got to expect to shoot a lot more free throws coming down the home stretch of this one. Winford lines it up, knocks it in. 59-58, 2:35 to play. Braves showing a full court defensive look, and they sag off it immediately as the ball goes back into the hands of All-American Sherrill. Jihad Wright guarding him. Wright has 4 fouls. On the right wing, it's Crump. Back up top. Williams dribbles a man through. They get it to Sherrill. Sherrill hopping through the defense, blocked by Cordenbrock. Offensive rebound laid home by Williams.
I got to say, that was Jihad Wright almost fouled out.
Very close. He might rather foul out than have the lead go back to Augusta with the easy layup like they just got. 60-59, 2:02 to play. Wright in trouble, gets rid of it, goes to Watts, back over to Wright on the right side. They hand it back over to Watts in front of the UNCP bench. Jihad Wright from the top of the key, backing his way down. He's in trouble, gets rid of it. Up top, Bradley, straight away 3-ball, back rim, no good. Rebound, controlled by Augusta. Dean Williams with 2 neon yellow shirts around him, hauls in a tough board. Sherrill walks it up with his team up 1. 1:37 to play in this one. Waiting for a screen, spins away from it. Sherrill at the top of the key, picks up his dribble, fires it to the right side. Monroe holding, down to 10 to shoot. Monroe with Watts on him, goes between his leg, gets it back to Sherrill. Sherrill with 5 to shoot. Wright guarding him, down the right side of the lane. Reverse layup, no good. Winford gets his hands on the rebound, tips it out to Bradley. Bradley wants to run, doesn't have numbers. Slows it back up. 1:13 to play. UNCP trailing by 1. They'll set up their half-court offense. Bradley from midcourt. He's got the mismatch. Dean Williams guarding him. He's a 6'8 forward. Gets rid of it. Looking down low for Winford. The layup good. Brandon Watts the assist. UNCP takes the lead. Ben Miller calls a timeout. And UNCP wants to make it a full or a 30. They want to make it a full timeout. We will take it with them. 1:02 to play. UNCP 61, Augusta 60. Back in 30 seconds on the Braves Broadcast Network. Home stretch of this one, UNCP with a 61-60 lead in the tightest of games against the Augusta University Jaguars. Something of a must-win for each team. UNCP at 10-9 overall, 4-6 in the Peach Belt. Augusta 10-7 overall, 6-4 in the Peach Belt, as these teams jockey for position in a very tight Peach Belt Conference East. It's all about trying to get better position, first of all, getting into the Peach Belt Conference tournament. Got to be in the top 4 in the PBC East or PBC West to make the final 8 in the conference tournament.
And to me, this is what college basketball is all about. Close games with the teams that you know the best.
Augusta throws it in. UNCP picking up full court. Bradley will guard the All-American Sherrill. Final minute here in Pembroke. Braves have 17 fouls, Augusta with 10. Sherrill walks it across the timeline. 50 seconds left in the game, 18 to shoot. Bounces it to the right side on a bounce pass. And now it's up top with Monroe. Monroe over to Crump, the junior. Bounces it to Sherrill. A lot of contact. Tough shot. He's fouled as he puts up the jump shot. Missed it. Jahad Wright slapped him on the wrist from behind. Jahad Wright's day is done. 5th personal foul on Jahad Wright. He finishes with 8 points and 8 rebounds. And there's really no stat for how well he guarded Keyshawn Sherrill the entire day.
Yeah, he fouled out, but I just want to give him a major applause. He did a great job today on defense, and he really helped his Braves team out.
There was bodies hitting the floor there on the right side of the lane. There was some nice off-ball screening action, and it was physical. They had to get Sherrill open. He's their All-American, their best player. They knew they had to get him the ball by any means necessary, and the Braves trying to prevent that happening by any means necessary, and at the last second, Jahad Wright just a little too aggressive on a block attempt from behind. So now the conference's best free throw shooter at the line, shooting 2 shots with 40.2 seconds left, and his team down by 1.
I'm thinking about it. I probably would have much rather him have taken the shot than shoot free throws.
Knocks down the first. We're tied at 61. One more free throw here for Sherrill. The junior guard from Cleveland, North Carolina, averages 24.4 points per game. He's got 7 here tonight, trying to make it 8 to give his Jaguars a 1-point lead in the final minute of this one. Second free throw on its way around the rim and good. Timeout taken by the Augusta bench. It's just a 30-second timeout, so we'll keep it here. Now, UNCP has the ball, 40.2 seconds left, a 30-second shot clock. You don't really think about going 2 for 1 here because that would force you to take a shot probably too quickly.
Yeah, I would say run the offense till maybe you get about 10 seconds down to the shot clock. Come up with a nice basket that isn't forced and there's no pressure. Maybe a back cut or a post up by Winford.
And that would certainly be the kind of time where if you had a half-court set that you really like, perhaps not a play you run super often, but maybe a trick play, some kind of misdirection, I think a back cut would work great here for the Braves, as Augusta would certainly love to get a steal, run the other way, and get the easy layup. The Jags will show a full-court pressure. Watts will throw it into Bradley. UNCP also has Cordenbrock, Winford, and Murray Boyles out there. So the freshman, Murray Boyles, out there in crunch time for UNCP. Bradley at midcourt, throws it to the right side. Watts guarded by Sherrill. Up top, Cordenbrock goes back over to Watts on the right wing. They feed the right block. Winford going to work. Fall away shot. It's short. A lot of contact there. Murray Boyles had his hands on the rebound, tipped it out of bounds. He touched it last. Augusta basketball. Timeout Braves. And there's an Augusta player shaken up along the baseline. He's helped up by a teammate's number 5, Tommy Williams. I'm not sure about that possession by the Braves. A lot of contact on the missed shot there, and the officials swallowing their whistles at a crunch time moment.
Yeah, I like the decision. I like the play. I like going to Winford in clutch moment. I like the attempt. I don't know if I like the no foul call. It kind of looked like he rode up under him a little bit when he was going up, and he should be at the line for 2 right now.
Brandon Winford doesn't airball a lot of 6-foot fall-away jumpers. That's not something that happens very often, and you've got to imagine there was something there, either a block or a foul. Apparently there was a clean block, because the way the officials have been calling the game, you would know if it was a foul because they would call it. There's been an awful lot of fouls in this game. 27 committed by Augusta, 19 committed by the Braves. Now the Braves probably have to foul. 23.3 seconds left, 62-61. Augusta leads. Braves will look for a steal. Going full court. Sherrill's open. They don't throw it to him. They throw it to midcourt where Crump trying to dribble out some time. Bradley went for the steal, didn't get it. They throw it across the court. They finally give the foul. It's the 9th team foul on the Braves. So this is just a 1-and-1 for Augusta. And these are big free throws now in this game.
Yeah, these are huge free throws, but if they make 2, then the Braves are down by 3 with 18 seconds left, and I like that amount of time with the chances.
That's very close to the point where you could say 2 versus 3. Free throw, knocked down by Crump. It's a 2-point Jaguars lead. Of course, they could make this easier for the Braves and miss this second free throw, and then the entire playbook opens up. Braves still have 1 timeout left. Got to imagine Ben Miller's going to want it, regardless of what happens with this free throw. Junior guard Keith Crump at the line. 1 more free throw. Gets it to go. Augusta hasn't missed their free throws in this game, and talk about it all the time, how huge free throws are in this game. And tonight, apparently no exception. Augusta now 15 of 17 from the line. UNCP is 16 of 31.
Yeah, free throws have killed them, to the best way to put it. They've just killed them. Below 50%.
Right at 50. 16 to 31 is 51%. So that's, I mean,
okay.
For all intents and purposes, could be 50%. That's 15 missed free throws versus 2.
Yeah, and if you're the Braves and if you just hit 2, 3 more free throws, you're in a better situation than you are right now.
As it is, the Braves need to go the length of the floor. That timeout was actually taken by Augusta, so now each team has 1 left. 18 seconds left. Braves down by 3, and Augusta showing a full court press. Watts to inbound. They give it to Bradley. No one guarding him. Bradley takes it across the timeline. Bradley zigzagging his way up the floor. He breaks midcourt and uses the last timeout the Braves have. UNCP apparently thinking about the last shot here. Ben Miller wants to draw up a play for his team. I'm thinking at this point, 14.3 seconds left with no more timeouts in your back pocket, I think this suddenly becomes a situation where the Braves kind of have to go for 3.
Yeah, you definitely have to go to 3. The question is, who do you want to take it? Watts has been hot, and Bradley has been hot. So either of them with the ball, if I'm Coach Miller, then I'm comfortable. But what I don't want is anything forced with a hand in my face and 10 feet behind the line.
Well, Bradley has shown the range off, but he's also tried an awful lot. Bradley, 1 of 7 from deep, 1 of 13 from the field. He might be the surprise option because I think Augusta knows that, and they would probably let him shoot that because he hasn't been feeling it. Brandon Watts, on the other hand, he has been on fire from behind the arc, 4 or 5 from deep. He leads all scorers with 24. And James Murray Boyles, don't discount his ability to shoot the 3 as well. He likes the corner 3 especially, and the freshman, who shows off such a nice free throw shooting stroke, is also capable of knocking down the 3 ball. They will break the huddle with that 5.
I just want to point out that Giovanni Mack has still not been in the game, and I know he's a shooter, and he's one of those people that they would trust with that 3-point shot, but still not in.
So Winford will trigger. Cordenbrock is setting up, getting ready to set a screen to free up Watts. Murray Boyles and Bradley on the far side as it's inbounded on the right wing. They bounce it over to Bradley near midcourt. He almost went over and back. Bradley on the left wing. 10 seconds left. Hands off from Murray Boyles. Murray Boyles gets to the corner. 3-point attempt for the tie. No good. Long rebound bounces out. A loose ball foul. It's on the floor as Watts went tumbling down. 4.4 seconds left. They'll call it on Augusta's Sherrill, and that's not a bad foul at all.
No, it's actually a pretty good foul, the way the Braves have been shooting free throws.
I mean, we talked that entire break about how the Braves, who should be taking that shot. What we could have been talking about was how Augusta should have been fouling immediately because the Braves, A, have been shooting free throws so poorly, and B, the most they could get from a free throw trip is 2 when they're down 3. So Brandon Watts at the line, 4.4 seconds left, Braves down 3. Watts knocks down the first free throw, he's got one more. And this is now the question, do you try to miss it on purpose and tip out the rebound?
I think you got to make this one. Make this one.
Make this one, get the steal, and get the game-winning bucket. Okay. Here it comes. Watts on the free throw. Back rim, no good. Cordenbrock can't get to it. Rebound controlled by Williams. He throws it out towards the corner. Braves finally give the foul. Watts, with 1.5 seconds left, gives the foul. Wraps him up hard. Augusta jawing with him a little bit. Keith Crump got knocked almost into the Braves bench. And it looks like Augusta is going to emerge from Pembroke with a very hard-fought win. Fans starting to head for the exits.
It was a huge comeback by the Braves. And the Augusta coach doesn't look too happy right now about that foul.
Well, the way this game has been called, be ready to tee him up because the officials have certainly made some inexplicable calls in this game. Doesn't look like they're going to do that, though. Now the official talking to the scorer's table and confirming that that is a 10th team foul on the Braves. So it's 2 shots here for Keith Crump. The Braves don't have any timeouts left. They need him to miss multiple free throws here. He makes the first to make it a 3-point Jags lead. 65-62, 1.5 seconds left. And this last free throw here could ice it away. And you'd hate to be able to say that free throws were the deciding factor in this game. That was a free throw shooting contest, but that's perhaps the story here. Second free throw around the rim, good. And this one's over. 66-62, Jags lead. They throw it into Murray Boyle's half-court shot at the horn. No good. And UNCP drops a heartbreaker to Augusta. 66-62. And it was the free throw shooting that did the Braves in tonight.
Yeah, it was hard-fought game. Way to come back by the Braves. But free throws, free throws, free throws. Free throws are something that you do on a daily in practice, and coaches can't stress it enough. And obviously it came to show today that they need to work on them.
This is a Braves team. I'll say it again. They shoot 72% from the line as a team, which is good for 8th in the conference. Today they shot 52%. They missed 16 free throws in this game and lost by 4 to a team they had a good chance of beating, a divisional rival, and a team they were jockeying for position with in the PBC East. And now the Braves, dropping to 10-10 on the season, 4-7 in the Peach Belt, are really going to be in a tough spot down the home stretch of this season. They get swept this season by Augusta. The final score, one more time, 66-62, as we get a quick run-through of the final stats. Braves had 13 team turnovers, just 9 by Augusta. Braves actually outshot the Jags, 38% to 34%. 36% from deep for the Braves, 47% from deep for the Jags, but the free throw shooting number, the story in this one, Augusta at 90%, UNCP at 52%. As we look individually, Augusta was led by Bird and Sherrill and Crump, who all finished with 11 for UNCP. Brandon Watts is the UNCP Braves player of the game, 25 points, 7 rebounds, 2 assists, 4 of 5 from behind the arc, but it just wasn't quite enough on this day, as he was also 7 of 12 from the free throw line. Those 5 missed free throws will haunt him tonight. Brendan Winford added 12 points and 9 rebounds. Wright had 8 and 8. And Cordenbrock had 8 points and 3 rebounds. Bryant, just your final thoughts on this one tonight.
Great game. Honestly, great game. Started off ugly, finished
ugly. Let's be honest.
Okay.
It finished
ugly, but got pretty exciting through the middle of the game. And shout out to the Braves for making a comeback, and also shout out to Augusta for finishing the game off strong.
A very fun game, an entertaining college basketball game, and we'd like to thank you for joining us. Also like to thank my broadcast partner, Brian Reed, our radio producer, Justin Assant, and our entire video production crew, whether you're listening on the radio or watching on YouTube. Thanks again for joining us. Next UNCP broadcast is Saturday afternoon, just on the radio for that one, as they're on the road taking on Flagler. 1:30 Eastern start for the women's game, with the doubleheader action. Men's tip-off slated for about 3:30 on that one. My name is Cameron Songer. Thank you for joining us for UNCP men's basketball here tonight. Your final score, once again, Augusta 66, UNCP 62. Thanks for joining us, and have a great rest of your night.